Good morning. Welcome to Apply Texas Advisory Meeting. My name is Rebecca Lothringer, and I'm the four-year co-chair for the advisory meeting. I will apologize because I am sick, so I sound terrible. Also, our two-year co-chair is delayed this morning, so she has got something else going on that she's going to have to attend to, but will be here as quickly as she can. We're going to go ahead for efficiency of time and get started with introductions. So I think Claudette, I'll actually let go this way and let you. Claudette is our coordinating board representative and will be helping me facilitate the morning until Dana is able to arrive.
Good morning, I'm Claudette Jenks with the coordinating board.
Tim Brace, University of Texas and Apply Texas.
Miguel Washleski, University of Texas at Austin.
Debbie Gilchrist, the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley.
Madeline Tolliver, Victoria College.
Rosie Dickinson, A&M International.
Rebecca Griffith, Tarrant County College.
Graham Chapman, the University of Texas at Austin.
Jamie Hansard, Texas Tech University.
Carrie Rose, Temple College.
Kevin Davis, Stephen F. Austin State University.
Michelle Walker, Texas A&M University.
Angie Taylor, Sam Houston State University.
David, if you want to start next. He's working.
David Muck, Applied Texas, University of Texas at Austin.
Rebecca Kinchi, Applied Texas, University of Texas at Austin.
Good morning, Risa McGuire with CPUPC.
Dani Ronquillo, Houston ISD.
If we could get those of you on the phone to also introduce yourselves. Anybody joining us on the phone this morning? Mordecai, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. Mordecai Brownlee, St. Philip's College, Alamo College in San Antonio, Texas.
Thank you. We will go ahead and get started with review and adoption of the minutes. Will everyone just take a few moments to take a look at the minutes, and in a moment we'll ask for a motion to accept or to amend any changes. Also, while we're reviewing the minutes, if any of you have logged in or called in order to watch the broadcast this morning and you have us on hold, someone has us on hold music. So if you will please unhold us, hang up, call back in, but don't put us on hold because we can't conference call with your hold music going on. You know, I'm being told that you should hang up and call back in. Thank you.
I move that the minutes be accepted as presented.
Is there a second? Second. Was that you, Jamie? Oh, thank you.
Rebecca, before we take a vote, is it
Yes.
possible, I do want to highlight one change that needs to happen on
Certainly.
page number 1B, action, just to correct Tim's name.
No, time break.
Time brace.
Time brace.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm so used to that, I didn't even notice.
We'll make that one amended.
Nowadays, it's an autocorrect.
Unless you change your name, Tom. Unless you change.
I'll answer anything. You're looking at me, I'll answer you.
Good job. We will make the change from time to Tim.
Thank you.
And with that, I assume we can still be approved by Michelle. Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Fantastic. Let's move on to, we have our update from our strategic planning subcommittee that's led by Miguel. So Miguel, I'll turn the stage over to you.
Yes, and just a quick update. What I've been doing is gathering data so that we can present to this subcommittee, working with one of our doctoral candidates there at the University of Texas. His name is Zach Taylor, and I believe he's done some different things with the coordinating board as well. And essentially what we've been looking at is data from Apply Texas, the Common Application, the Coalition Application, and the Universal College Application. And with that review, we've been looking at things related to the length of the application. And so we're looking at a combination of word count, minutes to completion, and the clicks necessary for completion. So kind of just that usability of those applications. The readability level of the application by grade level. The presence of any sort of translation that could be there. The mobile optimization of the applications. The accessibility of those applications for students with disabilities, and then just any other general comments that come from the review, the substantial review there. So we have some preliminary information that we want to share with the subcommittee first, and then whatever the subcommittee decides on with that, then we'll bring it back to the board. We're also performing at this moment the landscape analysis of what other systems everybody has across the state, across the nation. We have one person that was working on that went out on family medical leave, so that's a little delayed, but we should have that information shortly. And so Sarah Weiner, who you all know, is going to be scheduling a meeting in March, May, July, and September to go over all these things. But with all these findings, we'll get that to the subcommittee first, and then have the meeting to discuss it, and then see what we want to officially bring forward to the board from there. So that's the brief update I have for now.
Thank you very much. More to come. All right, with that, we'll turn it over to Time for our technical team
I'll
update.
give you a timely report.
Timely report from Time Brace.
Quick update on numbers. I always do this each time. We're up 2% total submitted for fall 2019, close to 750,000. We're up 14% on two-year app submissions. Pretty flat on four-year. These are interesting numbers overall to show growth. One has to be careful in digging too much down into the details, because we're constantly having schools maybe use us less or use us more. We know the coalition has been adopted by a couple of schools. We know that the engineering school at A&M is using a national app that's engineering. The engineering school at UT is also looking at that. And then there are some schools who maybe had a locally written app and have dropped that and gone to Apply Texas. And so there's constantly some shuffling around. It's more, especially on the grad app side, but even on the undergrad app side. But overall, at this point, we're up 2% from last year. And it is interesting that that there's a lot more two-year schools, two-year apps compared to last year. The other thing I wanted, that's the update that isn't specifically about proposed changes, which has its own place on the agenda is that we, after lots of discussion and assessment of where we are not going to be opening on July 1st on Amazon Web Services for the fall 2020 cycle. We've had some difficult discussions and lots of talk about it, and Claudette will remember that when we first started this, we thought it might end up taking a third year to finish it. It's a big project. It's something we've never done before. It's probably the biggest project since Apply Texas started. We've had some major changes through the years, the addition of the counselor suite, the expansion to grad and two-year apps, which is something that most of the other applications out there don't, services they don't provide. Those are major changes, but this is completely changing our infrastructure and the way the way that part of the application is organized. It's disappointing, but I think in the end it will end up with a better product. Our problem partly is that if we don't make July 1st, we can't just say, well, we'll delay a month, you know, because we have to open in our current system on July 1st. And then once you open in this current infrastructure, we'll have possibly some more talks among the team and with Graham and Miguel, but I think that, and with Claudette, but I think that it will make more sense to just wait and go for next July 1st. The good news on that is we will be able to, I think, do more. It'll be a better product than if we had rushed to try to get it ready by this July 1st. AWS is an amazingly innovative company, and there are already several changes that we can make now that we didn't know we could do, functionality we didn't know we could put in when we started this 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. So what we would like to do, and we'll talk about this in the next agenda item, though, is make sure y'all have been so patient with us, and we don't want to test that more than we already have, and so. Although we still want and need to spend most of our time getting this to work and ready on AWS for a year from July, we want to open it up. We want to make sure we understand what your requests are, and if there are some we can install this time. Because it's timely to go ahead and do that, because it would make a big difference for you not to have to wait another year for that functionality. We want to be able to provide some of those things. I think it'll also dovetail nicely with what Miguel is doing. We've just finished a usability study, and we might be able to install some of those things in our current system, but we certainly are going to learn a lot from that going forward. And I think it'll dovetail nicely with the things that the subcommittee is doing, that Miguel's leading, that we can all get together and modernize this project a lot. I don't know if Miguel or Graham, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I don't.
Graham is the IT director. Is it director? Tell us.
I am the Executive Director for Academic Information Systems at UT Austin, which oversees the Apply Texas contract. And I will be taking over as your point of contact for the technical team in future meetings.
Yeah, Graham is going to be moving into this chair, working with Claudette as a liaison and working with this committee. And he's my direct supervisor, and it kind of goes back to a structure that was here actually for the majority of Apply Texas history. There was a separation between the liaison to the coordinating board and advisory committee and the person who was directly supervising the team on its day-to-day work. And that left when I came into this position, but it's really just going back to what it was before.
I'll go ahead and, so UT is our vendor. The coordinating board contracts with the University of Texas at Austin to manage and maintain the Applied Texas system. So we have Tim, who has been our technical team, along with Rebecca and David and others that have overseen that team, and they've come to give us these updates. We talked to UT staff, the ones that oversee the contract, and they are looking to have a full-time person be in this. Currently, Tim is a part-time person, part-time staff working on this. And as he mentioned, this is a very huge project that would require more time and more dedication. So we wanted to let you all know that Graham is here as in transition. In the next meeting to come, he will be sitting up here with us to facilitate the conversation and updates for the team. So we just wanted to let you know that. And do you have anything else to add, or?
I don't think so. Just reiterate what Graham said, that the Applied Texas team is part of that Administrative Information Systems group, which Graham oversees, which also includes registrar and admissions and financial aid and other parts of UT Austin. But it's a separate group. But he will be managing, or he oversees that group because officially we are employees of that division.
And Tim has an extensive amount of historical information along this committee and with the work that's been done. So we are expecting him to continue to be a part of the meetings, just at another level where he'll be adding or collaborating with us. But Graham will be up here for the next meeting. So this is somewhat of a transition meeting, and we welcome Graham once that transition happened. So I wanted to let the committee know that was a change that's coming before the end of this academic school year. Any questions?
Any questions on that? Any questions about the move to AWS, or?
I just have a comment on the move to AWS. I like the way that you framed it, Tim, and that delaying it for a year will give us a chance to actually bring in a better product. It would actually give us a chance to work closely with the subcommittee so that we can make some of the changes that the subcommittee has been asking for as we move into AWS. I hope that we continue in that direction and that no one sees this as a chance to actually try to say Applied Texas is not available or not able to do what we need to do, that we're actually going to take the time to make Applied Texas what we need it to do.
And I do want to say that we did anticipate that this might happen, where it might take another year for this. This is a huge project, so we were anticipating there will be no additional cost. There's just the delay in getting into the new mainframe. So it's really, the timing is still okay, and like Rebecca, to reiterate both of their points, we are coming with a better product, and a lot of things that we had heard that a lot of the participating institutions wanted for the application. So we're excited about that.
Good, thank you. Nope, I don't have anything else on the update.
Okay, so that concludes the update, which moves us into discussion and consideration for proposed changes to Apply Texas forms or procedures. And under this section, we are going to talk about opportunities for, I guess Tim will ask you for an update on where we are with the current projects, and then an opportunity to see if there's any additional projects that we can add, especially now that we know AWS will be delayed.
So you should have a handout. That is the Applied Texas Advisory Committee meeting, February 25th, 19. It starts with projects previously discussed. One thing I took a little bit of liberty with here was that if you look at the minutes, there were some things that were removed, and some of them were maybe removed because there wasn't general support, but some things might have been removed because, well, we were trying to really limit what we did, and they got removed so that we could look at it later. So I'm going to just we'll go over those again, and the opportunity will be there to discuss those again as we go through this document. So I'm going to go through these projects relatively quickly, but we want to talk about them because in the end, we want a small set of projects, if any, that you believe would be you really don't want to wait another year to get them. Remembering that everything we install is going to have to be rewritten again over the new system, but it's worth doing if you're feeling pain at not having something that we talked about or that you need. So the team is going to be turning the ship a little bit toward opening this one last time over our current infrastructure, which is the mainframe infrastructure at UT. And so we kind of, I want to both keep them to a minimum, but open the door for things that are needed, so that we can not just continually push off things that are possibly that could really enhance Apply Texas for you in the meantime. So we'll go through these. Responsive design is going to be part of the move to AWS. It's going to be installed as part of that move, and so we will not have it until we move to AWS. So that's delayed by a year, but it will be there. The responsive design, as you recall, means that the device that you're on knows is in communication with the website, as it were, and will change the way it looks to fit on that device. Last I looked, we had about 8% mobile devices hits on Apply Texas, which is a lot. The second one, we've already made a change to the essay prompt, and this is the new essay prompt. I don't know whether there's been any movement or any discussion among people on the committee about any changes to this. So I'm kind of opening that up. Are we just leaving it where it is, or is there more discussion needed? And I say that because I've had a discussion with some counselors who were concerned about the way the prompts work if you look at them as a whole. So I believe, Daniel, is it?
Danny.
Okay. Danny, yeah.
Yes. Just thinking about and getting back feedback from counselors as well from Houston ISD, we thought about the word high school in the prompt because we do have some students who have had challenges prior to high school that it has impacted them somehow. So by us leaving the word high school or only allowing the students to talk about any challenge that they have had throughout their high school career, it limits some of their responses that they may have.
Also, and I particularly asked these people who were independent counselors whether they thought, since we had already announced these, whether we're not in the habit of announcing them and then changing later because a lot of students are already working on them. Their advice was that it would be okay to change them. And as Danny was talking, I was thinking if there's a clarification like that wouldn't really change the meaning of the prompt, it may just simply make it more flexible for some people. It may not cause much pain out there for people to absorb this change. But that's for y'all to do.
So I got that this is Michelle Walker with Texas A&M. I got that feedback recently and asked our review team, what they thought about that, removing high school in there. And our concern is then students will write about things that really aren't going to make a difference for them. For instance, maybe they'll write about, in junior high they tore their ACL, or they were diagnosed with dyslexia in the first grade. That kind of thing. So it's a balance there, but our concern was that they would, again, go back to things that were way back, excuse me, in their life that don't particularly impact them in high school, their performance at that stage. So there's a way to clarify or make it better in that you give students an understanding of what you're looking for. Maybe that would help. Any thoughts, Miguel?
Yeah, and I know from the UT Austin perspective, we definitely have heard feedback from any number of independent counselors and school counselors, and I think that school counselors have sent us a pretty loud and clear message that once that essay prompt is out there, it's best to let it be. And if the institution wants to provide additional guidance within their application instructions, then that's probably the best path to take with that. But there's so many people that once they see that essay prompt, that's gold for them, and they just run with it. So I don't know if changing it at this point would be the best decision.
Other thoughts?
I may have missed a little bit of this because I was responding to something else. But my understanding is that these essay prompts are you all's determination for admission. So it really is your decision, or the committee and other participating institutions, and those that use the essays to make that determination. If one of the things that we heard from the counselors were that, they don't know, counselors and others or independent counselors don't know what you all are looking for. And they wanted some more guidance on what that would be. So they're reading these prompts and saying, what are you all trying to get out of this question? So if the conversation needs to be that it's more of a holistic review, and this is just part of it, it's my understanding that that's how you all use the information in a holistic way, rather than this is the make or break for an application or an applicant. So if we need to frame it in that way, we can. It really is a determination on what you use the essays for. I had heard that you recommended we leave it as is. Is that what I heard? Is there any challenge, either online or those that are joining us on the call, or anyone else that uses the essays? Is there any other further discussion? Because remember, these are 3 years. This will be the essay prompts for the next 3 years.
Right.
So we've just talked about the essay prompt A, or the first one. There are a couple other essay prompts that are very similar, and in some communication with some independent counselors, I understood that part of the confusion has to do with schools where all of the essays are optional. Students have no idea what they should be doing in those instances. So I would think we would recommend that, if you are a school that has all optional essays, if you could use the custom questions to kind of clarify for the student how an essay might impact their review with your school, it would be helpful, because in looking at the prompts, I can certainly sympathize with the student and understand how they wouldn't know which one to pick, what to do, what's being looked for. So if all of yours are optional and you want to recommend one to the student, that would probably be very helpful, and you could do that in the custom questions, and it would ease the students' angst.
And I think, just as an FYI, both UT and Texas A&M use only the first essay within our holistic review consideration.
Is there any further discussion?
It looks like, based on the feedback from the independent counselors that was shared, if the other schools that do use an essay would just designate an essay instead of just saying choose any essay, that they think that would help the students. So for those of us that require an essay, then say actually do essay B or essay A, so that the students know which one to concentrate on. They were concerned that the essay B and C basically are the same thing as essay A, is one of the things they were saying, and that and by the way, no one likes essay C. So for those, and I think outside of A&M and UT, there's not a lot of us that require an essay. A lot of us are recommending or don't have one at the beginning at all. I know at UNT we have a follow-up essay, and we actually tell them what to write if they need to submit an essay.
Yeah, we've found it pretty useful to add some instructions that sort of give them a little bit of guidance as to how to complete that and how to think more comprehensively about that response.
I would just, pardon me, I would just add at Texas Tech, we've done the same thing. While we accept all 3 essays, we prefer topic A. So we've done the same thing to help streamline and provide support. And we've received the same feedback that Michelle discussed from high school counselors as well.
So it sounds like Tim will be leaving it as is with a recommendation to the committee and to the other universities that we, using an essay, we actually give the students direction on which one to use.
Okay, the next item has to do with more flexible delivery options. What we'd like to do in this one, we looked at a couple of different ones, and what we'd like to do is to poll the community and find out what I'm talking about is we just send everything in EDI right now. So that's not a problem for a lot of schools. It is a problem for some schools. We have a product Q&E, which turns it into a text file, which some schools, about 15 of our schools use. We have about 40 Elution members that have EDI converters into the various into Recruiter and Colleague and Banner. Some of the other vendor products out there used either for ERPs or CRMs don't do that, and so that's a problem for some of our schools. So we want to look at that, but we're not. We need to do some research and some polling of the community to find out what the best options are. So my feeling is this is going to wait until we move to AWS, but as we can maybe fold that in as part of the move if we have an idea of what the options might be. CSV is an option, or some kind of delimited file is an option. XML has been mentioned before as a possibility. So one thing we could do would be to look at what are the systems that our schools use, and what are the systems that they want to put the app into. I know some of the vendor products that UT and some other schools use, and of course these things change through time, and some of them have written EDI converters themselves, and some of them have not. And so well, I think our next step would be for me to get with Lorraine, who is our help desk staff, and talk with the administrators. We also have, my feeling is that we should probably contact administrators about this. Would y'all think that's good? We do have a technical list, but I'm thinking we probably should go through the administrators, and then they would probably end up going back to their technical people themselves and finding out what would work for the systems used. Some of them are quite flexible and can use can import 4 or 5 different types, but we need to kind of get a lay of the land, and so that would be my recommendation for the next step on that. But we won't be able. I don't see how we will be able to do that and install that for this July. The next one is something that's come up before that I believe we could move forward on in a limited way, and the team would like to recommend this, which is more frequent daily deliveries. This has come up especially with the 2-year schools, but also several 4-year schools said they could benefit from this. And recently, I believe, within the last several months, the NSC, which is the Speedy Server, that y'all probably know that as the Speedy Server, has changed their system whereby you can have several different windows in a day for accepting deliveries. It used to be you had one window, and that window could be 24 hours, or it could be 1 hour or 2 hours. Now you can have several 2-hour or 3-hour windows if you like. So what the team would like to recommend in this one is that we deliver at our current 6 p.m. and that we add an 8 a.m. and a noon delivery capability. And that's something that if the committee thought was worth doing and could be beneficial to the schools who have been asking us for more frequent deliveries, that we believe we can do that for this time. We can't, at this point, as we move to AWS, we should be able to make that more flexible even, but we can't at this point, deliver your apps every half hour or upon submission or something. But at this point, we can, if it would be helpful to get them to have a delivery at 8 and or noon and or 6, and then you could choose what you want. Typically right now, we send everything at 6 p.m., and then your window is whenever it is, and you either receive it that night or you receive it the next morning when your window opens. But what I have been hearing from some of the people that I had talked with, and I know Mordecai and I had talked about this quite a bit, and also with Dana from Houston, was that it would be helpful to get something around during the midday, because you get people who come in and it's like, okay, you come in and they do an application, and they do an application at 10 o'clock in the morning, but you're actually not going to see that application until tomorrow, right? And so for those people at least who come in the morning, right, you could get a delivery in the early afternoon and then get them registered and get them into classes. And if that would be helpful to you, then we can move. That's something that the team has discussed and that we can do. David or Rebecca, do you have any concerns at this point about that? I know we've discussed it. Do you think that 8 and 12 are good options in addition to the 6?
Yes, and it would just be those schools that wanted to opt into those,
right,
one or both of those additional.
And we'll handle that informally. We're not at this point, I think, going to add anything to the administrative suite where you go in and choose this or that and the other. I think, would that be okay, David, if we just ask them and we put them on a table? We have a way of saying, that Houston Community Colleges wants noon and 6. Is it important? Can they opt out of 6 if they want to, or is that going to be okay too, or do you want to just leave everybody at 6? Is that going to be okay? Yeah, I mean, for those who might, if they don't look at it till the next day anyway, we can deal with each individual school, and we'll send out probably an email to the administrators to that effect, and start getting, and you would just respond individually to us when you'd like to get it. And then, so we would like to, I'm seeing some heads nodding on that one, so that seems like something y'all would want us to do, and I think would be a high priority. And I think it would be a big gain for quite a few schools. And even the university and the four-year schools can do that too, so the universities can do that too, but the pushes come mostly from the 2-year schools.
This is Mordecai from St. Philip's College, Alamo College. I just want to tell Tim and the team thank you all for that. I know we had some conversations, so much appreciated. Thank you.
The next thing on there is phone number verification. We didn't get much support for that. We could add that at some point. It probably would add $10,000 to $15,000 a year to the budget. We would do what we're doing with the address verification now. The reason this came up in the context of, if you're getting emergency phones numbers and people type in the wrong one, then you don't really have an emergency phone. It also came up in the context of fake apps, where people are submitting applications for various reasons that are not real applications. But the last time we talked about this, it didn't get general support, but it was stated, and I believe Michelle and maybe some others said, if we add something, it would be better to verify the email than the phone, if we're going to add some verification. So if I don't know, is there any further discussion about that, or we just leave it for now? We can always, again, come back to that. At this point, we're having kind of two discussions at once. One is kind of longer term, and the other one is, what do we want to put in now?
And also just know that as we're going through this list, eventually Tim's going to want you all to prioritize these. So these are all the options. I think the ones that are highlighted are the ones that did have support and are going to be considered for next cycle. And then if there are any others that are not highlighted, this is the time to either say, yes, you want them, and then we need to prioritize them at that point. Okay?
The next one, custom question repository. This came up Last time, what we decided to do in the short term was, with a long-term goal, if it continues to be supported by the group, of having kind of a repository where people at the different schools could go see what the other schools are asking as custom questions in order to generate ideas. You have to be, I suppose we could ask people to opt, if they wanted to opt out of that, if there were something in your custom questions, I don't know, that you didn't want other people to see or didn't want to share, that could be a further discussion later. In the meantime, what we said we would look at is putting together a document that's just all the custom questions that are out there for fall 2019 applications, that are the ones that are currently in our cycle. And it would, is that going to, would that be useful to people?
Identify what school
We
has that?
can. We can identify, I mean, whatever you want. We probably by default would, but I don't know that it's necessary. Now that you mention it, is it necessary to know that that's an A&M custom question? If I'm just looking for custom questions, do I want to know what A&M is asking versus am I just looking, this is for y'all to use, or are you just looking for ideas? And it doesn't really matter where it comes from.
I think we're just looking for ideas. I don't think it needs to be identified where they came from.
I can see a case for both sides. I can see a case for, oh, I want to see what UNT is asking. Just, or maybe perhaps that another school is dealing with similar issues. I want to see what that school is doing, if they're doing anything to address this particular issue. So, I mean, I can see a use for it, although I also understand that, maybe you would just peruse all of them. I don't feel strongly about it, but.
Is there opposition to not put the school in there? I think that's what it comes down to, because if Tim said he was thinking about putting the schools, so if there's opposition to not list the school, because either way, listing the school or not listing the school, you can peruse the questions.
Yeah.
So is there?
If we didn't put it in there, would that cause a problem for anyone?
But you're saying that they could opt out, the school could opt out?
Eventually. I don't know how complicated we want to make it at this point. I was thinking kind of more when we put together maybe like a database that people could go and peruse, right? That would be like a future development that would be nicer, where you could essentially, log into a small database that would have and be able to see all the questions in a nice formatted way. This is more dumping the data into like a big Excel spreadsheet or something, and then sharing it with the administrative community. And so, or having it downloadable from the admin site. And so you could take a look at it. If we didn't put the school, would that cause a problem for anybody? Would you go, oh, I really wanted to know what A&M was asking here, and I can't see that from here. All I see is all these questions.
I don't think so. I was just so that no one would opt out, so that all the questions would be there, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's kind of part of the concern, is if anyone wanted to opt out. So if we don't put the schools, then it's probably a lot of them, unless you put your school name in the custom question itself, which you might on some, is not going to reveal who asked the question. David, what are the concerns here? One of the concerns I have is just the size. How many, we're talking about thousands, probably, of current custom questions. It's going to be a large.
Yeah, that would be the main
I suppose we could divide it 2 year in the community college and university custom
Yes.
questions. We could divide that if that's useful, and then you could, if you wanted to see everything, you could just download 2 documents. Are there things that we don't want in there? I suppose I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but a lot of people just have like acknowledgments. Once I acknowledge that I do this, or just informational. Once you get your admission, then you're going to expect to get your electronic ID within a week. Or once you get admission, you're going to get an email from so-and-so and so-and-so. And I think a number of you have kind of informational, but I would think maybe that might be useful too, to someone who's looking for what are you telling the students? I might be able to tell them too.
This is Miguel from UT Austin. The only thing I can kind of foresee is potentially an issue is that if an institution asks a question that is very specific to their process, but doesn't appear to be so to the person who's reading that question. And so they look at that and say, oh, well, maybe we should be asking this question too, when there's actually context behind why we're asking that won't reveal itself within just looking at that question. So I would just want to make sure that we don't use the questions in a way that they weren't intended.
I think that's good. Another thing to keep in mind is that our private schools can ask things that the public schools can't ask. So be careful about just buyer beware as you're looking at the questions.
This is Angie from Sam Houston State. I was kind of thinking the same thing, and that might actually be helpful to have the school name on there so that you can see for that very reason. You could follow up with further questions to kind of dig into if it would be applicable to your system or not.
So then we're kind of back to, do we, I suppose we could put the school in unless they, and we'll be contacting the administrative community. We could put the school in unless they ask not to be put in which case we'd either not include their questions or we would not include that where it was from. And if there was only one school, you could figure that out by elimination if you went through 130 schools in your head. What do y'all think about that? We'll include the school, and if someone doesn't want that, they can speak with us and we'll figure out a way to move forward, either by not putting that in or by not including their questions. David, that's doable, right? Okay.
I think the interesting thing to remember is that we can right now go to someone's application and see all their custom questions anyway.
That's what I was just going to say.
Because that's when I have a question about what someone's doing, or if a student says that this school asked me this question, I just go to Apply Texas and do their application. So we can still get there. It'll just be easy with the one list with everything there. It's true. It's true. I've been digging around in those 2-year schools this year, so that 2% is me. And submitted, of course.
Okay, so as moving forward, it's our understanding that you do want us to do this. We will. This will be on our list of priorities, and it will be in a couple of maybe downloadable files from the admin site. David, is that maybe the easiest way to do it? You think, Team Rebecca, David, do you think that's
I think so.
The easiest way? And we'll make 2 files, one for the community colleges and one for the universities.
And Tim, specifically fall 2019?
Yeah. Does that sound right? Fall 2019? Yeah. Probably. Good. Email verification. This is like with the phone number verification. I've done some minimal assessment on this. I'm, semi-confident that the $10,000 to $15,000 a year would be there. As far as how useful it would be is a little bit open. They do checks. One of the things they do fairly well is to let you know whether it's one of these kind of, there's a word for this that's escaping me. It's kind of a throwaway email domain. You can go basically make a domain that's going to self-destruct in 3 days or something. And if people are up to some shenanigans, they can create that, and this will tell you that that's one of those. So don't, at this point, we're not recommending that we install that for this year, but it was in our general verification going forward. It's a thing to consider, and we thought it might help if people are putting in fake emails for fake apps. But other than that, I don't know. It's up to you all as how often do you get emails that are simply incorrect, typos on emails or phone numbers, and it would be up to you all based on budgetary needs whether to support the installation of this kind of thing. This is the team. It's a medium-sized project. The team has done this. We did this with the address verification through a web services call to an outside vendor. We also talked to PayPal for payments and to the Texas, the TEA for transcript requests. And so the team has experience with this kind of communication with outside vendors. But
How How does it work, Tim? Does it detect if like it doesn't exist in some
Yeah.
database?
Yeah, depending on the vendor you go to, they do various things. But one of the things there, they basically they basically can tell whether it's a deliverable email address on an existing domain, and they'll kind of, they don't actually like, you know, ping the address and see if the person responds or something, but they can tell if it's a viable domain. Different vendors will go into different degrees of depth with that, and then it just depends on how much you want to pay for it. So if it's what I like to do with the community here would be to find out what are your problems. Are they typos? We know this came up again in the context of the fake apps where people were putting in fake email addresses. The team has already addressed one thing that had come up, which was the Gmail addresses, where you can change where you put the period in a Gmail address, but it doesn't really change the address according to Gmail. But it can look like a different address, and you could do multiple apps by moving your period around on the Gmail, and Apply Texas would think that would be a different email address, and would treat it as a different person and allow you to do multiple apps. And so we had some people doing fake apps, multiple fake apps. We put an audit in for that. We also have a reCAPTCHA, which is a Google product that tries to catch bots who are doing fake apps. So we're trying to stay only one step behind people doing fake apps. But I think beyond the scope of just fake apps is for a further discussion going forward, is there general sense that it would be worth the time and a little extra money to put in either phone or, in this case, email verification? How often do you find that, we're trying to contact these people and the email, we got to bounce back because the email doesn't work? And then what do you do if you're trying to contact them and they just submitted an app to your school? So at this point, we don't have a recommendation for moving forward other than giving you this information at this point, and it'll come up, and then maybe continuing to do assessments so that it could come up again in the future as an enhancement.
The question really is, what's the return on investment to you all? I mean, is it something that is needed and is necessary? Is this a small problem because there is budget that would be tied to this? So if this is not something that's a common problem or a problem that is for multiple institutions, is this something you all really want to invest in at this point?
Well, speaking for Stephen F. Austin State University, I think our communications are going more and more a little bit away from snail mail to email. So it's becoming a little bit more of an issue for us as far as the emails are concerned. And I think it's not so much as somebody trying to be deceptive, but to me, it's the typos, not getting to the right address and things of that nature. So I think it would be helpful, but I think it's up to the community as far as if they're seeing issues in other places. But I think our communication flow has recently gone from maybe 10 to 15% emails to we're growing close to 50-50. So our communication is really amped up where emails are concerned. So the email is becoming more and more important for us.
50/50 email.
Snail mail.
Okay, not phone.
So it'd be good to get some feedback from you all as far as what kind of bounce backs do you get? How big a problem is it? Obviously, if you've got one person who wants to go to your school and your email bounces, that's time for your staff to figure out what to do. So how big a problem is it at your school and at the other schools? How much extra work on your part is it, and therefore cost, to follow up in some other way with the students who have submitted apps, but you can't get a hold of them via their email?
I definitely haven't crunched any numbers or anything, but we have a team dedicated to, for snail mail, we do the addresses, and then course, for email, we try to make phone calls and things of that nature to get accurate information. So I could definitely look at how much time we're putting in, but we have a team of 3 dedicated to basically getting correct email addresses and getting correct mailing addresses. So it's relatively significant.
One of the issues with this kind of verification that we ran into also with the address verification is sometimes the software doesn't give you the right answer, and so you on the address verification we have to allow for the applicant to say, yeah, I realize you're not finding my address, but it's right. I've experienced that myself, and so once you do that, then it's kind of not very useful for catching fake apps, because if they're doing a fake app, they're all just going to say, oh yeah, that's my real phone. I know that you think it's fake, but it's not. And if we don't allow for that, then you've stopped somebody who might really have that phone, and your database doesn't reflect it yet or something.
Definitely, if no one else is jumping on the bandwagon, then I definitely could say we could definitely table it for the future.
I would say of those 2, if you're choosing between the 2, email would be much more significant for us than phone number, because like you said, that all of our communication and our recruitment, et cetera, is going email. So if it bounces back, we're in trouble.
Miguel from UT Austin. Tim, we do have some basic auditing of those fields though, right? So that people are entering,
right?
So we're checking at gmail.com.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, there are some basic audits, yeah. Another thing that's kind of related to this, having to do with email, is that we send an email verification request to the student to verify their email, but we don't require it. We had required it at one time, and it was causing a problem with students in certain situations. In the ISDs were not allowing our emails in. I believe the coalition requires it, and the Common App does not. But I can't speak. I don't know if you know that, but it would be interesting if the coalition does require it, how they're dealing with that. We have been in contact with a number of ISDs, and some of them let us in. We have a lot of students who fill out the applications at school. Our peak times, all the way up until the deadline, are really during the day when students are in labs at schools doing applications. And so if we require them to verify their email before we let them set up their account and log in, and the school district doesn't let us in because of their firewall, that's a problem. And what happened before is we kind of punted on it because we weren't in a situation where we really had to do that. We just thought that y'all would appreciate knowing that the email was the right one. And so we had been in contact with a number of school districts, and some of them pushed back pretty hard on us and some didn't. And but I think going forward into the AWS, this is going to come up again. And I think we probably are just going to need to push further. At that point, we decided we only wanted to push so far, and it was causing a lot of students to contact the help desk because they weren't able to get in, and we just said, let's just back out our verification for now. But that'll be a discussion, I think, for the move to AWS also, because it would really help a lot if we can require verification of the email on the part of the student as part of the creation of an account system. And that might be a nice, we can do some more research on the other systems out there too, as to how they handle that. That doesn't involve a vendor, that's part of ours, but it's part of email verification process. Custom essay was something that came up. We removed it. I only left it on here just in case. Again, it's not something we recommend for this year, but it was something that came up before. The ability to write a custom essay. Right now, the custom questions are limited to, was it 250? What's, David and Rebecca, what's the largest custom question response? Is it 250? I think it's not as large as an essay. And so there was some question about that. I left it on there. I left it on there because it was removed before, but some of the things might have been removed because we thought we were going to AWS this July.
Just been tabled for next cycle, correct?
Okay, yeah. Also, adding more dynamic questions to app pages. This, if this is also tabled. If this is a general concern, we can look at that. We can, as the team continues to move to AWS, we can look at what that would take. In our current infrastructure, it would be a major change to be able to add more custom questions to app pages. This is part of what's different in our structure from the Common App and the Coalition app and some of the other apps where you're able to add custom questions to the pages, to the application pages themselves as the student goes through. But there's a limit on how many, on which pages they can be added to and how many can be added. So we're not talking about the overall number of custom questions, which already I think was up from 30 to 60 within the last couple of years. But this is about how many you can put on a given page. So if you have something that you think is related to educational background, you can put it on that page. And so we'd like to table this at this point. But it would be nice to, going forward, to know whether you're feeling constrained by that, and it would really help if you could add more questions to a given page or overall have more flexibility with that. And then the team can take that in consideration as they're moving to the different software. Any response on that from y'all's point? Are you okay right now with the number of custom questions you can put on a given page? You're not finding that you're bumping into that? Okay, so we'll just table that for now. Self-reported grades module. This is something that I know is in the air. This would be a major project. I know that there are some vendor products out there that do this. I think both the Coalition and the Common App do this. The Common App, I know added it within the last couple of years. They only have about 20 schools out of 800 that use it, and so they've made it optional. I think at first it was not optional. So this is one of those things that I think many counselors would speak out against just because of all the extra work, but some administrators would speak out, would really want as part of the admissions process. So it would be a lot to take on for this year. So I'm not recommending that we try to install it in our current system for this July, but I do want to hear from the group how y'all are feeling about this and how many schools support it, and maybe Claudette has I don't know whether you've talked to anybody else or whether the state of Texas would like to fund this for us. That would be really nice, wouldn't it? So is that, I'd like to hear from you all as to I think A&M and UT would like it. It's just a matter of whether you want us to build it.
So Miguel from UT Austin, and I think you're right, Tim, that you really get to this point of saying how much of a burden are you putting on the student versus the institution. And we certainly don't want to create anything that would limit access in any way. At the same time, the information that you can harvest from that self-inputted transcript can be very useful to an institution in determining a number of things, including providing the right academic support to that student. So it's not just a matter of, is the student, going to get admitted to the school, but when they're there, who gets what support? And I think that any of those predictive measures are helpful in that respect. I think that anything that can be funded by someone else and is part of an application is great. I know that some of the vendor products that are out there can be a little pricey. We know that other applications have this particular ability to gather grades. It would be nice if that was eventually something that was part of Apply Texas. I think there's just a bunch of rules that go behind it, and we need to understand what those rules are in doing this.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Miguel said. Some of the impetus for collecting this information is to inform student success. It is not just about reviewing a student for admission, but it's about supporting that student once admitted, and also able to really evaluate a little deeper the kinds of courses a student is taking. When you get 50,000 apps for one term, we're limited in terms of how deep we can examine a transcript. And so if a student were able to provide that to us, it would be very, very helpful. We are interested in, what math the student has taken and how that relates to the major that they've chosen. And even asking a student to report that, we found sometimes they misunderstand the question that we've asked, because we do have a custom question about their math. And if they misunderstand it, they hurt themselves, and that's not something that we want. So having them enter their coursework and use drop-downs to choose what course they've taken can really benefit a student, quite frankly, in our review, as opposed to just not having that information at all. So, and I also would say that, I know y'all visited with a third-party vendor, and the third-party vendors that are out there, and one in particular, I'm concerned that maybe there was a misunderstanding with respect to their cost. Because it seems like that every conversation I've had with them, that there would be a benefit to, if Apply Texas were to partner with this vendor, then the cost would go down significantly for all of our schools. The other thing is, a student, of course, could fill it out once and then send it to multiple schools. So, whether we build it ourselves or whether we partner maybe with a vendor, have a few more conversations about that, it may be in everyone's best interest. And I would recommend that, if there are schools that don't want to use it and wouldn't use it, and I certainly would not recommend that those schools have to pay for something they're not using. So my recommendation is that the pay structure would be such that the schools choosing to opt in and use it would be the ones that would pay for it, not relying on other schools to do so.
And that kind of opens up some interesting discussion that might be in the future anyway. We'll put that on Miguel's shoulders on his subcommittee. But there is, I think, some discussion going forward about enhancements and functionalities that some schools or some group of schools within our community, because it's so diverse, might want and others not want, and how currently, obviously, we don't have that structure in place in terms of cost. But I think that as we modernize the system and different functionalities become possible and also affordable within the structure we're moving to, I think that it's worth some discussion about the various the variety in our community and whether we need more than one, whether we need to change that model.
This, I think, really goes down to how many institutions would actually use something like this. Are there any institutions here, in addition to A&M and UT, that would consider using this?
Texas Tech would, absolutely.
Sam Houston would as well.
Okay. I know there's been some also from independent counselors. Another issue was the use of actually doing self-reporting. I can't recall what their argument was, but I think it was of a concern to them in self-reporting. But I'm not sure. I think it requires further discussion, really, to determine. I mean, since there is a cost involved, there's always going to be lots of protocols in place for this. So we would need to know the cost for this. I can't recall that there was any set number or any set figure that I can even think of or where to start. So there's one thing. The other thing would be how many institutions would be using this and what they would be using it for. My understanding is that the Apply Texas application has always been used for admission to an institution. This sounds like it'll be using it for more than just that. To your point, Michelle, about informing student success once admitted and what that would look like. I mean, if you're making a decision and you're saying that these students reporting grades helps them determine student success, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but that's the way I'm taking what you're saying. But there has to be a reason why you all are interested in a move to do self-reporting to begin with. So it would require further discussion, obviously.
It might have to do with retention, when you're looking at who you're admitting down the road, who are you going to retain? Looking at the grade history might help with that.
Well, no, we're looking at it for the efficiency of processing applications. So we actually would use self-reported as a way to pre-admit without waiting on a transcript.
And that's how Texas Tech would also be using it for that as well.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, if you go that direction, a student is completely in control of when their app completes. I mean, they could start and finish their app in one day. And that's kind of what we were looking at as well, because so many of the students apply on deadline, no matter what you do. There's some issues with trying to give them time to get a transcript from their counselor, and for the counselor's sake too. I mean, all these kids coming in on December 3rd saying, I've got to have a transcript by tomorrow, So it puts the student in control, and we're interested in courses taken as well, not just grades, but what courses did the student take in order to determine, are there courses that they take in high school that make them a better fit for a particular major? Or, the lack of a course, does that mean that we need to recommend some support, like Miguel was talking about, when they're there? But this is over time. It just gives us data that allows us to really be informed about that. So,
Well, I understood the pre-admit from last time. I think the concern that the counselors are saying is what additional steps need to happen, and if there are any changes in decisions, because if you're going to make a decision on admission based on this self-reported, and then say the transcript comes and it wasn't anywhere near what the student said, not that would be, because this is technically a binding application that the student's agreeing to say that they've completely are honest on their application. I think the concern might be that there might be a change in admission decision if they've gotten the transcript, so I don't know.
And thank you for saying that, Claudette, because I think that becomes my concern. What is the implication to the student if they don't understand, essentially, because there's not someone there standing right above them saying, okay, be very clear what you're about to enter and understanding the implications. And that's what comes to mind. What would that look like? What would that look like?
It's a good concern. Other schools, other universities that are doing this in other states do retract the admission offer if the students do not complete the self-reported information correctly. So it would be something that the students would have to understand the ramifications of listing their self-reported grades. Because if it does come in different, and I would say it was probably significantly different. Yeah, not just an A turned into a B and that's the only thing that was different. But if it's significantly different, they also do the same thing with test scores. They let students self-report test scores and admit off of self-reported test scores, but they do retract admissions offers if the students did not report their scores correctly.
There's a couple of things I'm thinking through in the respect to counselors and those that work with students is how they would advise them. I'm viewing this, if I were to go out in the field and tell people we're going to be doing this, I would say that it's similar to how we're doing, like the prior year information that FAFSA does. This is almost like that would, to me, be similar in saying whatever transcript you received last, if it was junior transcript, that you at least have those courses, you have those grades, and you're submitting that information. I would be able to articulate that to our counselors and how they work with students. The only concern is, if I'm a student and I did all the things and I did the self-reporting and then all of a sudden I am excited I've gotten accepted to the institution I want to and then they renege my offer, that would be a huge deal. And it may be that they didn't apply anywhere else, even though our counselors strive to at least get them to apply to at least 3 or more institutions. How would that work for that student? I mean, I'm just bringing those types of questions in.
And I think these are great questions, but I would also say at Texas Tech, currently, because we accept off of 6-semester transcript, we go back and review the final transcript, and if there are significant changes, a student didn't complete the courses, things of that nature, we currently rescind admission and have conversations. But any of the statistics, or if you look at any of the schools that are already utilizing self-reporting in the country, I believe the last report I read was it's less than a 5% recension rate. So we're not talking about a large portion of students. We're actually talking about benefiting probably 95%. So I do think that this would be something that I certainly would want to continue discussion. And, I think the reality is for a lot of us, we're going to be moving forward with this regardless of what Apply Texas decides. But wouldn't it be wonderful if a student only had to enter this information one time and then it would work, apply to all the other applications for the schools that are utilizing this information? And I think that's really the benefit here.
I certainly see the benefit. I mean, I'm thinking, because we get questions from the counselor saying, like, the understanding of what is being used and how it's being used. Our role in my division is to explain that to our counselors and train them and let them understand, put it in the simplest form. And to me, I'm visualizing exactly what we said is similar to the FAFSA taking prior year. There are already institutions taking these transcripts. It's just giving earlier admission decisions, and that students need to ensure that they're getting the most current and accurate information possible to make that decision. So that's what I would advise a counselor in our trainings, but it's just things that we have to think about if we're making these decisions.
Yeah, and it seems like, so the issue could possibly be that if each of us individually does this, that we're all paying the same people 3 or 4 times to get that one transcript. And so there really does seem like there's some value in us working together on this.
I agree, and honestly, we haven't seen any cost structure. If you guys have had prior conversations, is that the meeting?
Yeah, I mean, so at least the conversations I had with that particular vendor, I was a little concerned about the pricing, but perhaps it's not nearly as expensive as maybe was originally told to me. So I think we have some evaluation to do.
All that said, we are saying we're moving this to next cycle, right?
Yeah.
And I think we can also look at, since the Coalition and the Common App have built this into their apps, we can also do an assessment. The team can look at those apps and say, how do they do it? And we are already in communication with some counselors who deal with all three apps, us and Coalition and Common, and they can talk about how those two deal with this particular issue, and we can learn a little bit from that too.
I will say that I did research, like, if you go with a third-party vendor, then what happens to a student who's using Coalition, and they can opt out of filling that information out on Coalition and Common App. And I believe both of those applications have the ability to allow you to receive your coursework data from another vendor. So it's not like a student would have to fill out, if Apply Texas partnered with a vendor and they filled that out, they can use that for all the applications that they're using, is my understanding.
Yeah, that would be good news for the student, for sure.
Yeah, definitely don't want the student having to do it twice.
Good. Okay, next, College Board integration. We're not doing into this at this time. This was a request from College Board to allow the student within the Apply Texas application to go to the College Board site and order and see what their situation was for their test scores and perhaps order more scores to be sent. Ostensibly to this institution that they're applying to, if they hadn't already done that. We had a meeting with them, and there's a lot of work and some cost involved, and the negotiations kind of bogged down a little bit around the idea of that they wanted us to take the money and then and then send the money to College Board, and that would be a big change in the way we do things, where we don't take money directly and hold it and then get it to somebody else. As a side conversation to that, though, we were asked to what we thought of the idea of possibly putting a link at the end of the submission when you submit your app, and you get both an email and a web page that comes up that says successful submission, and there's a little, what would you like to do next? And we could easily put a link to various test score sites and say, I'd like to go order more test scores, or I'd like to go look at my account with the College Board and see if I need to order more test scores. That kind of led to a larger discussion just about what's on those, and so I think there's a handout. It's stapled to what you're looking at right now. The third page is basically a screenshot of the successful submitted page. In this case, to A&M. There's a simple message and saying that the SAA was sent, and then a question: what would you like to do next? Return to the main menu, copy this application to another school, or start a blank app, and that's basically all we have. And so there was some little discussion in the last one about, in order to be of service to the student, is there other text we'd like to put up there, or perhaps links to other places, like FAFSA, College Board? We could put a link to pretty much any place that has a URL. ACT, SAT. We could put TOEFL or something on international apps. It maybe is a discussion that's larger than you want to have right now, but if there is something that jumps out, I think it's an interesting discussion as a separate discussion to just say, what do we want in service to the student? And we've just finished an app. What are the options we want them to do? We've given them the admissions email, the admissions information for A&M, because that's what this app is for. And then everything else we've told them is just, do you want to copy an app or do you want to start a new app? What else could we do that would be helpful to the student at that point? What would the student want to know? Maybe counselors can help us on this. If there's anything that jumps out right now that you'd like, oh, it's obvious we should send them to, to SAT and put the links up for ACT and SAT, then we should be able to do that without any problem, if there's anything else. Any ideas?
I like the test sites and FAFSA too.
The test sites would be SAT, ACT?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. And then if you look, the next page is just a screenshot copy of the email that goes out. Obviously missing, it won't have this is a test application line, but it does have a link to the FAFSA and a link to our short survey. Would you want also to add links to SAT and ACT in that?
Yes.
Okay.
Are these messages going to be based on the app type?
Yeah.
We don't need that for transfer. So maybe for the freshman app.
Oh, I see.
questions
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
For international, maybe TOEFL or something like that.
That's good. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. And FAFSA would not be international also? Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Right. Maybe GRE if it's grad. Okay.
Would meningitis, something about meningitis be,
Do we have something about meningitis in the app itself? Don't we have something on the I think we have something already on the last page of the app.
Certifications.
There's a certification there that's already there, yeah.
Can y'all track click rates on those to see if students are actually reading all of this at the end or clicking on anything?
We will be able to see if people are actually clicking on the links we put in there. Yeah, we should be able to do that. We're doing that now, and to a certain extent, and we're kind of in the middle of a migration of the logging at UT Austin, where we should be able to do that, and we should be able to do that once we're in AWS as well.
Is there any way we can add also the TASFA link, since we're adding FAFSA?
Okay, sure. And I think it's a good thing to bring this up maybe each year and to think about how we can, what would be useful for the student at that point. But these things are definitely helpful, and we should be able to put these in this time.
The only reservation I have with the TASFA form is that every institution receives that information differently. So they may have their own form, and the student would have filled out a TASFA form that is not used at that institution. So I would maybe put a language in there saying to check with your institution you're applying to. You can still link to it, but I would say make sure you check with the institution.
And to that point, that's why I was asking about the click rates, maybe, because I feel like if we're sending them to our sites already, each institution is already telling them all the things that they need to do. And so I'm just wondering if it's too much.
Too much, yeah.
What
That's
would
true.
they actually be clicking on based on each institution?
Yeah, at some point, they won't read it, they won't look at anything if there's too much to look at. Okay. Next, we have a decision tree. Is this already, I believe this is already in production, is it? Okay. We had a decision tree. There's been discussion through the years about people using the wrong application. And so recently we tried to beef up the text that would keep undergraduates from filling out the graduate app. And we'll have to wait and see how that works this next year to see if we dissuade an increasing number of students from filling out the wrong app. We also obviously have some audits inside the application that can tell, based on the information you've dynamically given up to that point, whether you might be in the wrong app. There've been some discussion through the years about enforcing a kind of decision tree, a kind of flow. We've never felt completely comfortable doing that, but this year the team came up with a decision tree that a student can use as part of the help. And I believe it comes up, when does it come up? It comes up when they say, which app should I use? Is that right?
Yes, they can click on a link that says which app should I choose, and then there's some text description on that page, and there's also a link to this just JavaScript where they answer some questions, and we try to guide them to which application type they should choose.
So that's done and already on the site. The next one, directory information change from the coordinating board. We're awaiting it, if this is going to come up or not. It shouldn't be a big project. If it's a text change, that's extremely small. If they ask us to separate out part of an acknowledgement that happens at the end of the app and separate it out into a separate acknowledgement, then that's a little more, but still not a large project. I don't know if we have any update on that. At this point, we're just not doing anything until the coordinating board legal team tells us whether there's something in the text that we have now for the acknowledgements that gives permission, various kinds of permission that the student acknowledges, whether that still suffices going forward. You have any update on that at this point, Claudette?
For
the directory information change, for the legal team was looking at the text.
Yes, I'm supposed to meet with our general counsel. They have the information. I think it just needs to go be reviewed, and then we can add that to it. They were still, last I heard, we've kind of put that in the back burner, but I think they've had some discussions on what needs to go there. It's just an opt-out piece, so that's where we're looking at. I guess we'll have it. When do we need to have it to you for this cycle?
If it's just text, it could be, what, May 1st? Yeah, if it involves breaking something out and creating a new field that has to be checked, that we store and then send and all that, then a month before that, I would say.
Okay, so April 1st, because I think it is separating it. Okay.
Yeah, April 1st. Rebecca, do you want to take a little break?
I do.
Okay.
I was trying to make it to the end, but that sounds like a great idea.
Phrase that. Do you want to take?
Yeah, I actually do. We're going to take about a 10-minute break at this point, so we'll be back at 10:50. Right. We're gonna pause just a second so that our colleagues who are trying to log in online might be able to see us.
Very still when
They've-
it comes back on.
This is, we all be mannequins.
I know, that's what I had texted. I said, well, we did an extra delay. Double check and make sure.
Yeah.
He says the we're on break sign is on. You can see us now?
Well, see, I had seen this on
Oh, we can watch ourselves.
Yes, you
I
can.
didn't know that.
You
How
never
cool is
noticed that? Yeah.
Are we back on?
Okay, yeah, he says it's working now.
So I was, if you missed the DACA thing, I was just saying that we're not going to move forward with any specific question for DACA students at this point. If it became a big deal, obviously adding a question and then having the application respond is something we could do. We have not been asked to up to this point, so we'll continue to table that. App-specific last update info is asking for more granular data when an application type, where any information about an application is changed in the administrative site by an administrator, that it be granular as to recording the last time that information for that app type was updated versus a different app type. And the suggestion of the team is we would like to build that into the infrastructure on AWS, but we'd like to table that for another year so that it will be built in there and not have to add it to the current infrastructure that we're moving away from. Any discussion of that? The next one is dual credit students, and I don't know whether we still need anything on this, but there was a question, and maybe somebody on the committee or on the team can help me remember exactly the discussion at this point, but it had to do with dual credit students who, was it dual credit students who were filling out a freshman app, and they're asked the question of whether they had college credit?
It was something with the 2-year, I think the 2-year schools were having difficulty with them filling out the apps.
It's the residency section, the question that asks if they have attended college in the previous 12 months or two sessions prior to the one they're applying for. They don't know how to answer that, whether they answer no since it's dual credit or yes since it's dual credit.
Right.
That's for all residency or just on the 2-year app?
The question appears on all residency.
Okay. Is there a way we can change the text or add a parenthetical or something?
I think it's just more what direction should we give them when they ask that question.
Yeah. Is there discussion on from among the committee?
The problem is that if they say yes, they've attended, then it'll ask them, did you pay resident tuition? If they say yes, they're done with the residency questions. And for a freshman, we'd prefer that they have to answer some of the other questions. So I would say on that they should not answer that question or.
For the dual
If
credit
it's specifically dual credit, we should direct them that that's not the intent of that question to answer no.
Right.
Is there consensus on that from everyone, that if we added something to the text on that line that would direct dual credit, if your only past college experience is dual credit, then answer no?
Well, essentially, if they're a freshman applicant, then regardless, even regardless, we want them to answer the residency questions. We don't want to rely on what the community college deemed them if they're applying as a freshman. So I would think you could make it kind of a blanket thing on the freshman app. Would y'all agree?
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like this is kind of a different question, right? So what you're saying is, even if they did, now on a freshman app, right, even if they did go to college, take college courses and pay in-state residency, you still, even if it's not a dual credit student,
right,
you don't want them you don't want that to end the residency.
Correct.
That's a different discussion, I think, because we're just talking about how it flows then.
Right, we asked the same
coordinator
residency
has a
questions
dog
of
in this hunt.
everyone.
Yeah.
So it seems like the direction we're going in is we wouldn't even ask that question if they're in a U.S. freshman app.
That's what I would recommend, that you not ask it, because it's not useful.
And I guess we'll need at some point to bring in, I don't know, the residency is, as I recall, coded to correspond to law, I think. And so we'll need to review that. But what I'm hearing is that maybe you don't want them kicked out as resident because they paid in-state residency somewhere else. I don't know whether that's written into law somewhere. Yes, Rebecca?
Hi, I think I maybe can address this because I've had this standing conversation / argument for years that the residency questions don't do a good job of addressing, recognizing dual credit and some of the challenges that the different levels might face. But my understanding is that at this time, as the law is written, residency is applied based on those questions regardless of who you were when you took that course. And it is going to cut off at that point. That's a design skip logic that once you answer that question, you jut off into resident determination, even though you might not want it that way for your admission process. So maybe it's a little more impetus to get the questions to recognize dual credit, because when you look at the questions right now, they don't recognize anything about dual credit. They are clearly written for a senior in high school, very specifically, that's applying to enter as a freshman. You know, of course, there's a transfer option, but it doesn't recognize someone that's applying to take classes prior to high school graduation.
Thank you for saying that, Rebecca. The thought that keeps coming to my mind is even at the Alamo, what we've been working through in regards to, you'll have a student that's been with you for dual credit, and then they switch over and begin taking non-dual credit courses after they've either graduated high school, and then you have to ensure that your internal processes are in place to where that switch has been turned, because you go from free tuition to it's time to pay for tuition. And so that's what I'm thinking through now on what role that question or questioning can play in assisting internal processes.
Over the last several years, this has come up a number of times, and I was working with Jane Caldwell, who was sitting in Claudette's seat before Claudette, and we had actually even I worked with David on on the coding, and we went over several times new versions of the residency questions, and in the end, no changes were made, and we were instructed to not deal with the residency questions, to not make any changes to the residency questions on the app. So there was, so I would say there was both a definite felt need to address them, but also at some point a decision made at the coordinating board level or perhaps at the legislative level that we were not going to address it. So that's just a little bit of history.
As I've assumed the role for Jane, Jane had a background in those specific questions. That has since moved to our general counsel for more specific determination. So what we need to do is review, but we only go by the guidelines that are in statute. These questions are in statute, so we have to ask them in the way that they've been asked. They would have to go for re-review through our general counsel if we want to make decisions. But for the purposes of what you're speaking of, in the way that the skip logic goes, would it be, I think the solution, I'm not sure if I heard, was to not ask the question about in-state residency tuition. I mean, would that be a solution? Why, like, really, if you're wanting every student to answer that question, the rest of the whole residency questions as they should, is there a reason why you would ask that in-state residency tuition question? Like, wouldn't it just delete that question, make it go to ask the remaining residency questions?
That would be something for the team to look at, because if you remove the question, is it essentially the same as a no answer? And I don't know exactly how the flow would be at that point.
But what is the intent of the specific question, is what I'd like to know.
I think
I can answer that.
Go ahead, yeah.
Because that question is relatively recent as far as residency rules are concerned. That question came from legislators tired of having constituents say, Mary contacted me, son went to state school A and was classified as a resident, other son went to state school B, was classified as a non-resident, and their scenarios were exactly the same. So that is a key part of the legislation that drives those rules, that we must look at how they were classified elsewhere if it was within the immediate last 12 months. And as a matter of fact, we formed a contact list so that one registrar or whoever handles it at the institution could contact a specific person at other state institutions to verify that information. And many of us added it, TCC did, to our transcript for that express purpose as well.
Wasn't this also the 3612? I mean, we're talking about the question where it says, did you attend a college or university in Texas during the fall or spring term during the 12 months prior to enrolling for the term in which you're applying?
That's the question, yes.
Right. So that,
They say resident, and then the next question is what?
Are you asking, does it have to do with the 36-month approach to residency? No, I don't believe so. I think this one has to do strictly with that.
just where they went prior?
What they're trying to say there is that even if you jump from Tarrant County College to UNT, if within the last 12 months, that you shouldn't lose and have to resubstantiate your request for in-state tuition.
Of course, I can see where the dual credit would be a problem, because if the student is attending a college that does not charge them for dual credit, then they can say, yes, I attended, but they aren't charged anything.
Correct, but remember what they're supposed to be answering there. And I understand the student may not know, and that's why we had these contacts between the institutions, because the student is supposed to be answering. And if you look at that language, I'm pretty sure it says something, were you classified as a resident for tuition purposes? Now,
it says, of what state or county are you a resident?
No, I think there's a question, yeah. Do you see it?
Of course, I'm in an old app, so I'd have to go back to a new app.
Yeah.
The next question has
Oh,
the
gotcha.
student declare whether they paid resident tuition or
Right.
out of
Were you entitled to pay the, I'm trying to think of the
And-
exact.
And then the residency determination that Apply Texas returns is based on that.
That's a key cutoff point,
Yeah.
and that's in statute. Now, it's a big problem, especially if you are giving away free tuition, because
Students
it
don't
won't
know.
matter across the board,
Yeah.
although, yeah. And that's why, again, those questions were never meant to be taken literally. The institution always has the opportunity to contact the contact person at the other institution to verify the way the person was classified.
Right, and I can see, even though, and we certainly want to make the correct suggestion, we're not, legally determining residency, but if we're cutting off questions and then not giving you the information you would need to be able to actually do the determination, then that's not optimal.
What if you don't remove the questions, but you change the logic after that? Let them answer those questions, but on the freshman app, you also then progress them through the other questions.
So either way you go, either way you treat it as a no? Is that, we'd have to take a look at the logic.
Yeah, I mean, either
Yeah.
way, you don't just stop there.
Okay.
And actually, I mean, I think that could be okay for all of the apps. More information is better than less, so I'm not suggesting you change your residency determination that you return, but that you just allow students to answer the other questions as well.
So I would suggest that we do an assessment on we need to look at the legislation and make sure we're not violating anything. I'll be in contact, Claudette and I can look at that. The team can look at how it would affect flow and maybe what wouldn't be a major change in the logic if we're just simply kind of defaulting to an answer or to a question or removing a question or not paying attention to whether and then when they said yes, right, to making them go on ahead through it anyway. The team can take a look at that. We're talking residency in general now. Is this also, are we back on the dual credit thing? Is that a separate discussion we need to have, or are you satisfied if we do this, will it kind of handle that too, or what? Possibly.
Yeah. Go ahead.
First of all, it's Kathy Cordova. I didn't know if I heard her name. Yeah. So I think I've said this for a long time. I think more would be needed to really make the residency questions apply to dual credit students. But I don't think you'd get much of an argument from anybody that more information would be appreciated on the residency questionnaire in most cases. So hopefully maybe they would allow that so that each institution could use that the way that they felt was most fair for those students.
And I guess you wouldn't run into a situation, I'm thinking about that the end of our logic, we make a suggested determination. And you would, if we don't right now we make the suggested determination of resident based on the fact that they paid resident tuition somewhere else within the last year. You would probably not commonly find a situation where we would make a different determination if they fill out the rest of the questions. I mean, because, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
You would like to think that, but
Good luck with
students
that.
answer those questions all over the map.
I mean,
And
that would be part of a caveat of our doing this. If we're not using that to determine, to say they're resident, we're going to have to rely on the other questions to say whether we believe they're a resident, and
Well,
you're
what
going to have to rely on
What
that.
you'd have to look at is what does that do to your determination logic when
Right.
that doesn't line up
Right.
with what? It may just return an unknown, which is fine. I mean, we would rather it return an unknown
Okay. Yeah.
than if there's confusion, because we're going to look at it anyway and make our own determination and ask for more information.
So if you say yes, it kicks you into another set of questions. And I'm wondering if in that set of questions, if it would be okay with statute, if we put something in there about dual credit, because the questions are what Texas public college or university did you last attend, And then what terms were you last enrolled? And then during your last semester at a Texas public institution, did you pay resident, in-state, or non-resident out-of-state tuition? And then the last one in that section is if you paid in-state tuition at your last institution, was it because you were classified as a resident or because you received a waiver? And that's the end of that section. But I wonder if we put something with dual credit in there, did you attend as a dual credit student? Could that be used then to put them back into the residency questions? That's just my thought.
It could. What we find is that students who are attending community college, community college, now I could be wrong about this, but my experience is that they're more concerned about in district and out of district, and students do not have any clue how that translates to resident, non-resident. I mean, you know, it's complete, even the staff at community colleges don't translate that well. So for us, just having them answer the additional questions is just helpful. But
For
I'm not-
communities where, and to the point of non-paid dual credit, for communities that are really on board with that approach to providing that for that community, it will be big for that two-year college to have an additional question or maybe clarity within the question, because depending upon, you know, all systems aren't created equal, so any question that can produce some data to help them out on the internal end, because once that student switches over and they're now supposed to be a paying student, you'll get into a situation where it may not be until later to where the school then conducts an audit. You're having to call a student to say, hey, you actually owe us, and then it goes down a whole nother path. So certainly I'm in support of any clarity of question in that regard.
So if we could put a question in after what Texas public college or university did you last attend? And then the next question could be, did you attend as a dual credit student? And if they say yes, it could kick them back into residency questions to answer the rest of the residency questions. Or if they say, of course, that's once they get into well, it's yes, that's when they answer yes. And then after that, it would go, what terms you last enrolled? If they said no, then they could continue through these questions. But there'd have to be some kind of logic that would be able to say, okay, this is a dual credit student, so we need to reroute them back over. And the logic, I don't know how hard the logic was to program the first time.
It was pretty complicated the first time, but making changes, you know, it's just a matter of how clear it's like we've got clarity. There's already, the logic's already there for going through the flow in an order. And like I said, it kind of got reworked a couple of times, but we ended up backing it out. And so it's back to where it was several years ago. But we could, with a clear idea of what's absolutely supposed to happen in every instance, it's probably not that complicated.
And it could be even that they answer yes to that very first question about, did you attend in the last 12 months? The next page could just be the question about dual credit. Did you attend as a dual credit student, yes or no? If they say yes, it takes them back to where we want them to go. If it says no, it continues through this page right here. Just a thought.
Well, what we could do is I can go back to our general counsels, Kathy Cordova, to review what we might be able to do. But for the meantime, for this specific purpose, I think your suggestion, Rebecca, it would require work from your team, the UT Applied Texas team, in order to figure out that logic to see if, because the issue still remains that those that are in dual credit are not continuing with residency questions. And so that's what we're wanting to fix at this point. If that requires work with the team to figure out what the logic would be, that's some time. Do you all have time to work on that?
Yeah, I think we've got time to do the assessment. It's just a matter of sitting down with someone and saying, here's what the flow is now. What are the options that we're looking at, and how complicated would they be to install? You know, it just depends on how you want to look at how we want to do it. But we need obviously input from about legislation and statute input, but also input from the committee on what they would like.
Is there anyone on the committee that'd like to help with this process? Anyone on the phone?
I'll help. You can put myself, yeah.
If I become an official member of the committee, I'd love, this is an area where you can
We
see
still
I've
want
got
your input,
interest, yeah.
Rebecca, so you can
So,
certainly
yeah,
join.
definitely.
I'll put you
Because
down there.
in contrast to Michelle, it would be a big deal for us if we had to review every one of the 50,000 students who apply to TCC each year for residency. Would just about kill us.
I think
So,
that's important.
and I'm actually looking at the approved, the last version of the approved core residency questions, which were updated in March 2017. And the specific question we're talking about is, if you paid in-state tuition at your last institution, was it because you were classified as a resident or because you were a non-resident who received a waiver? So that would address, you know, for instance, those situations where you're waiving because of dual credit. But I think the place to start is going to be with Dr. Cordova, because I don't know within legal purview what can be done with these questions
And that's
without
where-
legislative change.
Exactly, that's where we have to go to her first to determine what, but I think understanding what we want before you move ahead of time, so we could take it, then she can review the statutes with us and make the determination as to what we can change, if at all. So that's something, but I think we are aware of the dual credit issue being, it's been on the table for a good time. So we do need to make some clear distinctions and find ways that we can make it more efficient and effective for not only institutions, but for the students as well. So I think if we can convene or talk offline, I have Rebecca and Munirkai just to make sure that, and then I'll work with team. You're now team now.
Time. You work with time.
Your team.
It's the French pronunciation of TIME, yeah.
I combined two words at one time, Tim and the team, to work with you all to talk about the logic, skip logic for all that.
Sounds good. The next thing on here is expel dismissed questions on the apps. This was tabled. It comes up every once in a while, and my memory is that there was some discussion as to whether we could even ask that question. And although I believe some people ask it in custom questions, but we have not been asked to add it on the common part of the application.
I think there was enough yeses and enough nos that we decided custom questions was the way to go.
Right. Opt out of fee waiver option by school, we removed that. There was some discussion, someone did not want them to be able to say that we don't allow any fee waivers. And so students will sometimes say, I'm going to apply for a fee waiver. And but we didn't want to stop students at that point because that meant they had to pay by credit card, and not everyone maybe has a credit card. So that's been tabled also. That may come up again if it's causing issues in certain schools, and we can address, we can figure out maybe how to do something. Customize the order for deadlines. This was approved, and we will put these in date order. I believe the team might have had a follow-up question on that about maybe what the default would be or something. Currently, what's the current order? Remind me, David or Rebecca, on the deadlines?
The current order was the standard deadline that they set up for that semester, followed by in order custom deadline 1, custom deadline 2, custom deadline 3.
Right. And the request was to make them in date order.
In date order.
Right. Which we can do, which we said we would do.
Right. The question is, do they want a default on those 4, potentially up to 4 radio buttons? And if so, which one? Or no default?
Default as in one of them selected, pre-selected.
No
at the
default would have a
beginning.
pull down that would say, please select, and they would have to, you would have to manually choose one, correct?
Right. Well, they're radio buttons.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I see,
but-
okay. So simply not selecting one would be the default, could be no default, and therefore they have to select one, or do you want it to default to the regular one, in which case they have to change it? Any thoughts on that? Any feelings about that? This doesn't happen all that often, but you have to do that once every year for each app type, I guess. Do you have any? My feeling would be, since it's such a small thing to do, is don't put a default and make them choose one. It's not an action they're going to have to take over and over and over. I don't think that would be, and that there could be errors caused if you default to one and they didn't notice. Would that be okay with everybody? So those will go up in date and what about how are they presented then to the student? Just in date order? Yeah, okay. And are they presented that way in the admin site too, or is that separate? That's separate. Okay, but the students will see them in date order on the app. The student will just have to click that one time.
Right.
but-
I think the concern was maybe that the student wouldn't read through all of the options carefully enough. So if you wanted them to, have one that was pre-chosen, that would be an option. But we can.
Any feelings about that? Any thoughts about that? Obviously, we have to have an audit to catch when they don't choose one, right? If they don't choose one. The question would be if they're not careful enough, having a default, what percentage of the ones will be using the regular deadline? A very high percentage, right? So you save them a click, but you also introduce the possibility of error for those who really wanted a different one and didn't pay that much attention. No particular strong feelings one way or another? We'll do what we want then.
For the notes, what are you wanting to do?
What do y'all think? No default? Yeah,
Yeah.
no default. Make them take an action. We have to write an audit that says you didn't choose one. Okay?
Cool. Thank you.
App type specific fee waiver message. This is something we could do. This is basically, there's a field for each app. This would be a new field for each app type. Right now, there's a link on the fee waiver if you want to give them a message about your fee waivers. This would not be a large project, but it was also suggested in the November meeting that what the schools could do would be to use the current one field to put in a link to a page on your website that you could explain the various app types and whether they have fee waivers. The problem is that some schools have fee waivers for certain app types and not other app types. And so if you want the team to do the work of allowing for a different message for each app type, that would have to be put in the admin site and then displayed to the student. The easiest answer would be for you to deal with it on your site and just give us a link to go to where you explain your fee waivers. Maybe you already have a page like that. That's shoving work onto you a little bit, and I don't know how much work that would be for you. Comments? I don't know how many schools have a situation where they have fee waivers, where they don't allow fee waivers for certain app types. Yeah,
Yeah. I had notes that said we need to investigate the real need,
yeah.
so I didn't hear anything. I don't know that it's a huge request from a lot of schools.
I would suggest then that we not move forward with our building that right now. If it becomes an issue later, things change through time, you may end up wanting to do something like that. We can contact the schools. I can look through and see if we can figure out who made this request originally.
Texas State.
Oh, Texas State, okay, well, I can contact them. We can contact them and see if we can work out something from them to have a, where they can present their information. If they've got, most schools, if you've got in-house people who build your websites, you can provide a page, put the URL in that link, and then explain it. That way you can change it on the fly as you wish as well. Making the test score page optional. This would be a small, medium-sized project. This would, oh, sorry, next page. Is that the next page? Yay. Yes, yay. Small wins, right? This came up because a lot of schools don't care about this information. It's already not required, but it's not an option within the administrative site for the student not to see this page. There is a custom question you can put on there where you can tell them it's not necessary, but it may not, but I think it appears at the bottom of the page right after they filled it out to tell them that they didn't need to. It's not a huge deal. We don't ask them a lot of information, but we do ask them if they took the SAT or the ACT, when they took it, and if they took it, and it's a little bit of a burden if you don't want it, for schools who don't want it, and it would lift a little bit of a burden for the students who are applying to schools who don't want this information to have to go and look up when they took the SAT and, you know, go back and get their records or log on to College Board and figure it out. So, so the team has decided this wouldn't be a big project. If you think it would be a win, it seems like it would be a win for the students, but I don't know how many of the people here use that information. It's not required anyway, but unless you have a separate custom question for it.
We don't use it.
UNT does use it. I think optional sounds like, yeah.
Okay, so that would be a switch in the admin site that says, you know, opt out of. I guess we can decide whether we want it to be an opt-in or an opt-out, but either way, we add a switch to the admin site that would determine whether that page came up at all for those students.
Can you, the only thing that I would like to see is for that to carry forward year to year, for me not to have to click that every single year to opt in, or if you're going to make it an opt-in unless they opt out, that's fine. But I think there's, I know on the international app, the educational ladder, every year I have to be sure that I opt into that, or else I don't get it, even if I had opted in the prior year. So I don't want another thing like that I have to remember.
Okay, yeah. That can be part of the opt-in, opt-out thing too, yeah. It's, okay. Self-reported test scores, this was something that came up. This would be a fairly large project for us to do. For undergraduates, we don't ask them to give us the scores on their test scores. I don't know whether this is a kind of along the lines of getting grades, whether that's an important thing. It came up, but it doesn't seem to have the same kind of traffic on it as the self-reported grades does. But it would be a pretty big project, and we'd like to delay it if we could. But it would be nice to know what the feeling is in the community on this kind of thing.
I know this is one that we're interested in.
I think that should wrap into all the self-reported academic data, not a separate project, that it should all be included, because doing this project apart from doing the self-reported academic record doesn't get us anywhere really.
Okay. Yeah, but it's going to be part of that larger project, yeah, okay. I need some help on this next one. This was just taken from Skip Logic for international two-year applicants. There was, maybe the team remembers, but I remember, Rebecca, I think you and I were talking about this. Was this the one that had to do with the visas that were in or not in the pull-downs?
Right. It had to do with the, on the first page, the biographical information page, there's a listing for visas that allow you to domicile. And then in the visa section, which is a few pages after that, there's an area where they can select other types of visas that they might have. And I believe that applicants were confused at the first visa list because they didn't see the visa that they have, and they're not really understanding the distinction between a visa that allows you to domicile and one that does not.
So is this some textual change or part of the FAQ or something, or
I
that we could help with?
cannot remember what the proposed solution was. It might have been
It was to add something
adding.
to that.
It was reworking the wording. Jennifer
Okay.
was actually going to suggest language for question 6, is what I have in my notes.
Okay.
That they thought it
That's
was
Texas State?
the no, Jennifer.
It was
Jennifer
a
Oh, Jennifer
two-year
Waits,
school.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why I thought when she left, I was like, well, we kind of lost her. But she said that it was confusing language and we needed to look at language for question 6. And I also have a note that we should talk to our international offices to see if they had concerns about it. But
Well,
something to do with language.
Okay.
And maybe we can have a conversation about this offline. I know the first thought that came to my mind, not recalling exactly what the concern here is if you have a student that is a House Bill 1403 student, and by chance they have a visa from childhood, I'm just curious to know what the implications would be in that regard, and if this question on the table would present any implications for them. So again, maybe we can have offline on that one to make sure my understanding is correct.
Do you want me to contact, do you want us to contact Jennifer and find out if there's an update on any suggested?
Or at least we could see from her what the concern
Yeah.
was. And maybe if I went farther back in my notes, I might find it, but I'm not finding it yet.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was adding something, adding text or adding another visa type to that drop-down for certain students. I'll be happy to follow up with her and get, before our next meeting, and get some information.
Oh, here's
And
some
then-
more information. It says, change to question 6 so it covers more than just domicile, but will cover a visa type that does not permit residency. Would like to add additional questions, options, or wording to give a true picture of legal status. Brings about the situation where students may have to actually be directed to complete another application because they're completing the wrong one. Needs more discussion. And it was a 2-year application issue. That's the notes from the very first meeting in September.
From what I remember, she was talking about specifics in the logic, and then it got into a residency issue. So there were 2 certain things that were happening at the time, but it really was to address where there were the different types of visas, I believe.
Right. On that first page, we use a combination of answers to questions, including the visa one, to determine whether it is an international 2-year or a domestic 2-year. So that might have been part of that discussion.
And was this the discussion where we talked about the 4-year application had the menu, the drop-down menu, whereas 2-year did not? Because I know we had a discussion about the visa type drop-down, that we had it for 4-year, but 2-year didn't have the same one, or was that another year? Yeah.
I think your recommendation of contacting Jennifer would probably be best, because I remember in the note, rewatching that conversation, I don't know enough about the admin and all administration of these applications to really follow the conversation and know what I'm talking about. So I just want to make sure that we get it right, and if it's something that is, because I remember that conversation was that she would come up with something and you would work with you guys on determining that piece. But then the conversation strayed to more residency focused, and we were trying to stay away from that piece because that really wasn't where we were going with that. And that was, again, getting into more issues that we didn't really want to, just kind of reining that back in.
Yeah, so I'll contact Jennifer and we can talk about it further. More than one major for grad apps. I think we need more assessment on how this would be done and the implications for other parts of the application. There was pushback on this, but there was a question about whether a grad app, like an undergrad app, a person could choose more than one major. And typically, right now with grad apps, we have different applications. You apply twice if you want to apply to 2 different majors, because they often go to different places in the university. I know at UT they do. Everything's determined really at the departmental level, and so they're the ones who look at the apps. So this would be a pretty big change, and I think would need quite more discussion onto exactly how we would do it. So we'd like to push this one forward for this time and see if, and then we could assess from the grad app community whether there's a general need for this.
Tim, you're saying to go ahead and move forward with this?
No, I mean, table it.
Oh, table it, okay.
Yeah. Test apps. This is something we have tiptoed into in the past, which is we get a lot of applicants who are just wanting to go into the application and try it out, and it's more, most of them I think don't go all the way to submission, but sometimes they're asked to by their counselors to go in and try out different apps, and they usually will pick a school that doesn't have an app fee, and they might go all the way to submission on that. And so we've talked about, we do have a test site. The problem is that even occasionally now that we don't advertise it, occasionally people stumble into it and then apply and think it's a real app. So the discussion in the past was kind of like, it would help our numbers if you want to look at, say, the number of saved apps, that don't get submitted. Are they really people who, for some reason, decided not to submit, or were they people who weren't submitting at all, they weren't serious? I don't know if the coalition does anything about this. The Common App kind of up front asks you, are you a serious applicant, or are you in here to experience the app? And so it mostly would just help with separating numbers, but it may help with a few kind of frivolous submissions of people who aren't really interested in applying or going, attending your schools, that are just applying because they've been told to apply to a bunch of schools or to try it out. The flip side of that is the counselors might not like that, because they do have directions to try to get the students to apply to multiple schools. And so apps go up for that reason, and a test app wouldn't work in that instance. So I don't know if there's any discussion about that. Is this a big problem? It has not been installed at this point because we're a little bit afraid of the downside. No matter how many times you flash, this is a test app, you're going to get some people, who are going to contact you the day after the deadline claiming they applied, and we discover that there was a test app.
Can they, this is actually mostly a separate issue from what you were just saying, but can a student, I haven't done this before, who does a test app, can they copy it then and use it for a real app?
I don't know. Team, David, Rebecca, can they copy a test app to a real app? Yeah, no.
Because without being able to do that, I think the counselors would still want them in the real test site, because even if they're using a test app, they want them to be able to not have to do the whole thing over again.
How long is that data does that data stay? So if a junior were to do this and they're, obviously in their junior year and they were to do that, how long does the data stay in there? Doesn't it?
For a
disappear?
test app?
Well, no, for a
Oh.
regular app.
It expires.
Right, I thought after 6 months.
Is it 120 days?
180 now, I think. Yeah, 180.
I get emails every now and then
Yeah.
that tells me I'm about to lose my apps.
Yeah. We used to be 120, now it's 180 because of people going in the first day and then waiting until the last day to finish. We don't want to lose them in the meantime, so.
Well, if you remember that the issue was addressing multiple submissions from different, middle school kids and anyone who is submitting this, I think personally, and you all from the high school side might have more information, but personally, I think having the test site would be extremely helpful, but you brought up a good point as to whether or not they could keep the information. Remember that this is an exercise to get the student to really work through the application and know what to expect. So that's usually what its intended purpose is for. So I think having the test site would be helpful, and then not able, obviously, to submit anything. You make your precursors at the beginning, even though it says everywhere it's a test app or test site, they're still likely to go through it. But we could advertise it on every platform that we have as far as college access platforms, like our Generation Texas sites, because that works with counselors to really understand. This would be just an additional resource for counselors to work with students. And I would be a big advocate for that, because I think it would lessen the submission of true applications, and it would give us an opportunity to direct them to this resource. So I'm for it. Danny, I don't know if you have additional.
For us, for the school districts, I believe it will be beneficial. We do have a lot of advisors working with underclassmen that unfortunately they do go into the official application. Even if they don't submit it, they still go through the official one just so the student can see the application. So having the test site definitely will benefit us.
I'm definitely in support. My only question is in the test site, if the student presses submit, does it at least say their name and that they've submitted something in the test site? Because I remember bringing this up in regards to San Antonio. If they're turning that in for a homework assignment, will it still say their name and that it's been a submission on their behalf at the test site or something, or can that be created?
So you want that, right? You want that to happen?
Yes.
Yeah. I believe currently in the test site, you need a password in order to submit the app.
Yes.
So we'd have to look at that. What Mordecai is saying is he wants it to be able to submit so that, because it might have been a class project, right? I mean, something that they had to do for
But not an official application.
Not an official application.
But something that can give that student a confirmation.
Right,
where
to
they can
show that
print
they
out.
actually went through the process all the way to submission, and so that they could present, yes, I did this
As
assignment.
a proven artifact, yes, sir.
But we should be able to do that, but we'd have to take a look at what happens after that. What happens? We don't send submitted test apps automatically. They have to be requested.
No, they have to request transmission.
Right.
I have a question.
I
What if-
would be cautious of sharing that password with students that they might think that they had actually applied somewhere.
So if we already have the different sections of saved, submitted, all that stuff that we're already tracking, what if we allowed them to go ahead and fill out the real application, but then have a different option at the end as save as practice test or save as something, and then it tracks it separately. And then when they were ready to submit, they could go back into that app and say, direct them to actually submit it. That way they could still have maybe what you're saying, Mordecai, for the homework submission, and not lose their data and test, but still have it.
I like that idea also. One of the things I would question is, so if I was a junior, again, I'm going back to just making this realization. If I was a junior or even a sophomore, how long would I want to put in all my stuff, all my information in my application. That data is housed, isn't there like a max on how much data? That's why there's purging.
Purges, yeah.
And so my thing is, if it's a practice app, how long would it automatically purge at a certain time? I mean, that's why I'm not really understanding the benefit of submission at all, other than, like you said, for an activity purpose. Could it be that they could send an email saying that they've completed the practice app or the test app or something? That would be better, because, and considering data, the capturing the amount of data, that's why there's this regular cycle of purging. And so they couldn't necessarily save all the information for, in their sophomore year to their senior year. So that's where I'm still confused. I think just having the option for students to go through the test application, to be able to say this is what to expect, that's what I would assume that's the benefit of that application. I don't know.
Well, could it be that the counselors could have access to the test site to check it, just like they do on the ones that are actually submitted for the counseling community? Because then that would satisfy they have gone through the exercise, but it didn't go through, it just was that on that test piece. Because I do agree that it is a great exercise for students and the counselors helping walk them through. But on the college side, when receiving applications, it's dirty data. We're spending an enormous amount of money working with those students. And quite frankly, they get frustrated, because if they were doing it for a school exercise and we're continuing to inundate them with information, there's frustration that becomes negative. It's a negative impact. So I would just want to put that out there as well.
So where are we on this?
I still say yes. Able to do it, as is, no change. But if you want to make any changes, you would just up this is a test site, not for submission. Something in that way, whatever language or anything you need to put on there to let the student know that this is for practice. I think this would address significantly any middle school, sophomores, freshmen. We do get requests here at the coordinating board for hard copies of the Applied Texas application, because they want to do the application over the summer at whatever camp that they're doing for students in transition. So this would be valuable to say, go to this test site, because I've been through the test site, but there are things that you have to know, like the how to log in and everything like that, in order to work through it. Because I used it in a training once with a community college, but I think it would be very helpful to counselors to know that that's a resource. It's online. It mimics a lot of what you do in the Applied Texas Applied Texas already. So I think it would be beneficial to do that. And then as we work with our counselors and get more feedback, we can determine whether there are a lot of counselors across the state or even schools across the state that need it for submission. We can make the changes appropriately if necessary, but I think for the time being, we could still just at least use it as a resource.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to ask is just for the team to take a look at it, but I hear support for the idea of trying to get students who are just wanting to experience the test to use the test site and see how we can make that work. Because I certainly understand what Jamie was saying is, once somebody goes into the Proud site and saves an app past a certain point, then the school's recruiters kick in, and that's extra work for everybody. It's a hassle for the student if they weren't interested, and it's extra work on your staff. So.
And I'll just add, if it's as simple as an email being sent to the student to say, congratulations, you've completed the test app, just something that they can go back and show that instructor, that counselor, that I did my work. I did my work.
I'm sorry, Michelle, I haven't responded to the emails from A&M about my app, so. On this next section, on the new project submitted, Rebecca, you tell me when we're going to stop and eat, but I'll keep going. I'm going to skip this next one.
Actually,
Should we go ahead and do it?
But I think so. It's
Okay.
noon, so let's go ahead and stop and eat at this point.
Okay.
So we will take. You definitely can't hear me without a microphone. We're going to stop at this point and take a 30-minute break. So we're going to come back at 12:30 and resume talking about some new projects that have been submitted for consideration. We're good. Like to call the Applied Texas Advisory Meeting back to order. Also like to welcome Dana, who's been able to join us. I did not share with them what you were doing this morning. She has not had a good day.
No, I have not. Sorry for my tardiness. My car was broken into at the hotel, so I had to deal with that this morning. So, but I'm sorry I'm late, but I'm here now. So
He's here. And we're going to continue with Tim.
Okay.
Tim is going to continue now. We had just gotten to the new project submitted section, and we'll let Tim continue there.
Okay. First one listing there is having to do with tracking the refer pages. This is an interesting request that came to us from Texas A&M Commerce originally, and from the web apps director down there, I believe. And so this is something I wanted to talk to the community about. This has to do with our being able to deliver information about where the applicant was when they came to our site. And so this has to do with marketing with different campaigns that, and the details of which I don't understand really well, but there is the thought that it would be very helpful on the part of the institution to know where the student accessed the Apply Texas site from. And so I want to know on the part of, there are various ways to do this. This group down at Texas A&M Commerce have been really wonderful to work with and very nice and also very helpful in actually kind of presenting code that we could use to do this and ideas about various ways of doing it. We had looked at one point at when this first came up, I had looked at Google Analytics, which can look at a website, but we've got an issue there because because that's our login. Our home page is also our login page, and so there's an issue of security there. So my first question really is there a sense on anybody else in the community, or are you aware this came out of a different office from the admissions office, and so this is more on the marketing side of how useful it might be for you as an institution to know what pages where you're putting information about your school on the web, to where you would know where students are coming from. Would that be useful information? How useful would it be? If it's generally useful, what I would ask would be that we do some assessments on the best way of doing it. We're especially once we move to AWS, I believe there's pretty easy access to logs, which contain refer pages. We already have some logs which contain refer pages, but there are a number of follow-up questions, such as, what if a person comes back 3 times to the app? Do you want us to track each time they come in where they came from, or is it just the first time? Are there limits? Do you only want to know if they came from your site, or do they want to know if they came from another site? Does A&M want to know that a student who went to Apply Texas to apply to UT came from the A&M site or was at the A&M site earlier as in the immediate previous site? Are there embarrassing situations that might occur depending on where they came from? These are questions that need to be followed up on, and of course, security of the data. If we look at logs. We could possibly anonymize. We could anonymize the data to where we could produce reports, perhaps. The suggestion coming out of Commerce was that you can use some coding that if you can kind of pass this through your application and then send it in the EDI that said, this person, accessed the Apply Texas site from this page at Texas A&M Commerce, as opposed to that page at Texas A&M Commerce or another page, and they use this in their assessment of their campaigns. It seems to me that it wouldn't necessarily need to contain individually identifiable information, other than the fact that you're going to want information on the apps that go to your institution. But it seems to me that possibly we could look at this as a form of report that would say, you know, the applicant here are the refer pages for the applicants for the last month to your institution. We just kind of have to define what refer page means and what the logs are going to capture. I think the logs capture the immediate preceding page, and then we'd want to try to figure out a way. What do we deal with it if they come back 3 times before they finish their app? Do you care about the second or third time, or do you only care about that first time that they go in, where they went from? You know, might it be useful to know that that third time they came from a site that you had in your admissions page to remind them to finish their app because they hadn't done it? We'd have to look and see at the logs that we would be able to access whether, I'm assuming there's a log, you know, for each time they come, and how would we access that information in a report? But I don't think we're prepared at this point by July to install something that would involve coding on our end and adding it to the EDI, because I think there are too many outstanding questions and we'd want to make sure about the security of it, and have follow-up questions. But is it, I'm seeing on at least some faces a general support for the idea of somehow getting you back information about refer pay, about how people get to the Apply Texas site and where they were before that.
I think it's interesting. I don't think it really makes a difference for the applications. It's more of a, like you said, a marketing campaign kind of tracking to see where students are coming from. So it's not a make or break for me, but it is interesting because we have that question a lot. How did a student get here?
Does anybody here know enough about how the marketing campaigns work to suggest how this would be used?
I know that we do some digital marketing, and what they do is they do check to see where the student came from, to then apply the marketing to that website, or to use it to catch where the students are coming from. I guess, how finite is this information, though? I mean, you could give us a report that would have like 1,000 pages, right?
Well, if the logs, as I understand them now that we have, and I don't know how the ones in AWS would differ from that, it probably depends on which product you're using, would give us, I think it only gives us one referrer page, but I'd have to take a look at it. I don't know, Graham, if you know whether Splunk gives more than one page of referrer, how far back it goes.
Have to investigate.
Yeah, I know it gives a referrer page, but obviously when you're on the second page of the app, the refer page is probably the first page of the app. But if you're on the login page or the home page, then we can see where they came from. The problem is at that point we don't know where they're going, right? We'd have to capture that information. We'd have to figure out a way to say, okay, so-and-so came into the home page using our logs. We can tell that they came from, you know, an admissions site at your institution, right, that said apply to Apply Texas, right, or apply to us. And then at that point, we know that, but we don't know where they're applying to, right? But later on, we have more logs that say that person started an app to your institution. And we could then say, oh, well, they were on this admissions page. This was the admissions page that they came into our homepage from. And then they went on to start an app to your institution. So I think it would take, given the logs, I think there are reports that could do that. It would just a matter of us sitting down and figuring out how to do it. The other way to do it would be, which was the way that was suggested from Texas A&M Commerce, which is for us to install some code, which would then kind of carry through the application, or we would store it as the student went through, that this was the referrer page that they came through originally, and then we would send that to you with the application in the EDI.
Tim, quick question. What would it store if we'd sent an email to the student with a link and they just click on the email?
Good question. If you send an email to a student, now what the person from Texas A&M Commerce would do is that he would put something in the email itself, in the link, that would be unique, right? So that then when they landed on our page, we look at the URL, right, and we could see that this link came from this email. You define what it is, right?
Yeah.
And we would just say whatever comes in after the URL, we're going to store in a field, and then your URL would, your extra link, the extra stuff you put in the URL would be meaningful to you. So you could therefore use it as email. Different email campaigns might have different stuff added to the end of the link. We would capture that and push it through.
Yeah, because I think from the perspective of how it would be useful, so certainly from knowing whether or not our email campaigns are effective at getting folks to go to those, I think within Slate that we're able to see if people click on a link and if those are effective. Whether or not they came from another institution, I don't know how important that is. I don't think we'd change our marketing. If we found out they're coming from A&M, I don't think it would make a difference how we would respond to them.
That's right. We have special scholarships for those students.
And we get our own analytic reports that show us where they clicked onto what page from what page. So I guess that's why I'm kind of wondering what this entailed, because it could be from any number of pages, and that would be a really long report, and I don't know how meaningful that would be, so.
There's a follow-up question about that would complicate it, which is, again, if they come multiple times, what do you want to do with that? If we just kind of limit it to that initial touch, what Miguel's suggesting makes sense to me, because you're maybe targeting a certain group of people, right, with emails, and that's a unique kind of marketing effort. And if you could put something in that link that we would see and capture and get back to you. Right now, you have a vendor product that also already helps you with that, but obviously everybody doesn't. So I could see how that might be useful, and then we could store that in a field and put it in the EDI. That might be an initial, if that would satisfy, if that would help. That could be an initial attempt. I think there were some follow-ups that I had with the people from Commerce about, that were a little more complicated on if they go multiple times, we want to capture that too, and that would be that's a more complicated project, but. Well, why don't I? What I would suggest is that. It sounds like that it could be useful for at least some schools. I'm not comfortable saying we could do this for July, but I am comfortable saying we should look into it, continue the conversation, and I can, if you don't mind, Miguel, I can follow up with you or someone also from admissions, if it's not you, that would deal with this, that could talk a little bit about it. I can continue to talk with the people from Commerce and talk with the team about, about the way we could capture that information, put it in a field, and store it, and then send it with the application. Would that be all right?
That's fine.
And we'll also look at the possibility of just looking at the current logs that we already have and what it would take to produce a report that might be useful. The next one is the MCAT score. I think Michelle pointed out to us that we were out of date on that, or close to out of date, and so we are going to have to make that change. That's not something we cannot not do. So this is on the grad apps, and we need to do a little bit of an assessment to make sure we can remove the previous ones. I think the last time I looked, which was a couple of years ago, there were some schools, some medical schools that were still accepting the old score, and they all can decide on their own how long they will accept the old score. It would be easier, I guess it isn't that much more difficult to allow for both of them and just tell them, fill in whichever one you've got. If it turns out there are still some medical schools that accept the old score, which I think is about 3-4 years ago, maybe something like that. And so we are going to move forward on that, but that's going to be, I would say, a small to medium project, because we're going to have to list, unless no one uses those old scores and we can reuse those fields because they happen to be pretty much the same, it's going to involve some new fields on the file and the work that entails. Conditional custom questions. This is a large project, and I think probably not something we want to tackle now, but it's something we do kind of want to understand. It will be helpful to get requests from you as to what kind of requirements you might like to see. That is to say, this means questions that appear or not based on the answers to other custom questions. So a simple example is asking a yes or no question, and if they say yes, you pop up another question, and if they say no, you don't. We do that all over the app already. A more complicated one would be, you answered such and such to the bio section on page 2, and so now I want to show you this custom question. But otherwise, I'm not going to show you this. You're from Harris County. I have a custom question for that. Instead of asking you, are you from Harris County, I can just look at that and conditionally put it up. And I know the people at UT were interested in this. I don't know. It would be interesting to look at also the other apps out there and see how conditional their setups are in the Common App and the Coalition. But this is something I think, if there is general use of it, it would be nice for us to get some specifics so that looking forward, as we enhance and modernize, it would be good to know kind of what the requirements would be. And are we simply talking about, a show hide based on the answer to this question, you do that question, and the next 3, like we do in residency, or is it something more complicated than that? Does anybody have any input at this point?
I can tell you Coalition does allow conditional questions. Mm-hmm.
And what are the conditions that you can choose?
I think it's more they ask a question, and based on your answer to that specific question, then you
They either
get,
show more,
show more, or you don't show more. I
Okay.
don't believe it will base it necessarily on the question like in residency, although you might be able to make that part of the main app conditional, so you'd have to go back to that question and build it there. But
So it's kind of like the conditional logic that you see in like surveys and things, and the conditional
Yes.
logic we have already, the show hides we have already.
yeah.
Okay. That would be generally supported, you think? Would y'all use it if you had that in custom questions?
I
Yeah.
think eventually people would find uses for it. I mean, right now I haven't thought of one, but I'm sure there would be.
The next one is something that we would like to do that I don't think would be a large project, which is we have data from A&M, the main campus at A&M, that a high percentage of students who put something in the preferred name field, they put the same name that they put in the first name field. The data I saw was about 75%. And so
There's instructions that say only fill this out if it's different. They still do it.
So we could put an audit, fairly easily put an audit to simply catch if they're the same. If they're the same name, then the question is it, oh, what do you want us to do if they're the same? Do you want us to just blank it out? Do you want us to stop them and say, oh, you put in the same thing, please don't do that, and make them blank it out so that it would then pass our audit? The easiest thing to do is simply to blank it out and just send it to you. And the only thing I want to bring up about that is that we're not in the habit of not sending something the student put on the app with the app. But if we all agree that in this case, if they put the same thing, it's functionally to you the same thing as being blank. And you'd rather have a blank sent if they put in the identical first name. Any objections to that? Okay, so we will do that, or we'll suggest that one.
Tim, before you move on,
Yeah.
I have a new project that was submitted to me. They didn't get the form filled out from NCTC. They had asked if there would be a way to, perhaps on the admin page, put a report that could be requested for the students who checked yes to foster care. Because they're trying to collect those student answers, and so they specifically asked if there was a way to get a report for foster care students.
Seems like that would be okay. What kind of, you want like a downloadable something? Well, David, do you have a question?
We're not adding that to the existing download. We want a different report of just all the applicants
They want to
for
be
that institution. That, okay.
But could we just add it to the existing download and then they can sort by that? And
I think it is in the existing download. I don't think
Oh.
they have the capability to sort by that. So they're asking for a canned report.
It's an Excel file.
Yeah.
They can filter.
Can we check to see if
I
it's
just
already in
hadn't
there?
thought about that.
If it's in there, they can sort by that or delete all the other columns if it's a column. And that would be how they would do it. Why don't we, but I think that's easier than creating another report if it would satisfy the need.
So if we could check on that and see if it's in there?
So usually, at least at my school, let's say the foster care liaison is not in my office. And I guess that's the person who would be interested in this. So if I wanted to get him this information, I would need to pull a report that I don't pull and filter it and then send it to him.
I thought initially that they were going to be contacted from the coordinating board.
From my understanding, from what I understood back when this question came about, is they're asking if they want additional information. So it's not, the data doesn't come to the coordinating board in that way either. So there wouldn't be a list that's accessible for our person to contact the liaisons at each of the institutions with the list of names.
No, the coordinating board, the part where, what Debbie's remembering is you guys were going to reach out to the foster care liaisons to let them know this data was now going to be available.
Right.
But they don't get the data comes to us.
And the training that would be any of the resource materials to help those individuals. But any data that comes, we wouldn't be able to send those lists, to my knowledge. We can look into it, but it wouldn't, that requires staff time that I know they don't want any additional reporting on their end. So if there's a way to do that, but it sounds like there is a way already, that there is something in the report.
If we could check and see if it's in the download. I know like at UNT, I never see the download. Our download goes right into an upload into our system. I've never seen the Excel file. So that would be an IT request for me to get it, and I'm assuming it's out there somewhere. But this came from NCTC, so I'm not sure what they have access to. Evidently, they don't see the download file either.
I guess I just thought that the information was going to come from the coordinating board.
Not to my knowledge. That's not the way it works now. What I understand is that back when we were even trying to get this question in there, that was required from legislators, not our agency, but it was a push from legislators to a working group that wanted this question on the application. There was a lot of discussion on where that data would go because, one, the systems had to be created to accept the data, and then once it's there, what would happen to it. That was a whole discussion I remember very vividly. As far as the data capturing, I don't know if those systems are already accepting that data. I'm assuming they were put in place over the summer because that was something that was at the Speedy Conference, that there were system discussions about how to accept that data. I don't know what that data looks like either. I mean, this is all, I don't see any of that. I don't know what that is, but if there is something already being sent over, what format is that in, I guess is the question, and where does that data reside?
Sent over apart from the data in the app?
No, in the app.
Part of the app?
Right, because remember the question just
yeah.
says, I want more information.
Right. So we are in the process of building a report of any student who said yes to those questions, essentially. I mean, we can pull the data from our app load, essentially, and provide that to our liaison. And so that's what we are doing. And we can, then we can pull the data points that person
Yeah, it could be
wants.
that, I mean, for some of this, I don't know what the school's
Right, I think-
SIS looks like, but
Yeah.
if they're
They may not be
individually
loading it.
downloading apps and manually looking at them, then they're not creating their own list of who said yes,
There's
right?
definitely a disparity between the different schools about what their IT system, what their IT departments can and can't do, and what their SISs can and can't do.
It's definitely being sent in the EDI, so if they use the Q&E or they import it into some sort of system, electronic system, then they've got that data and they ought to be able to do reports off of that. But we have a great variety of staffing and how they approach their apps.
So like we did, like Michelle said, UNT added it, so that's why I just pulled it up on my computer. We added it so we could run a report from our SIS.
Right.
But I don't know that all schools have the capability, one, to have gotten it in place in time.
Right. I
And
think that's the
two,
issue.
do they have the technical support to be able to pull it?
I think those are the questions before we think about another process and building additional reports. So I would ask that institution whether or not they're able to do that, or if they've even were able to do it in time, because that would probably help inform us a little bit better.
Yeah, and if it would be helpful for them if we add it to, it's not currently on our download in the admin site, but it's not terribly hard to add those fields to the admin site, and then they could pull it from that report.
I think that's what she was asking. She's actually writing back right now.
Okay.
I think that's what she's asking, because when she first had written, she asked about if there was a way to put it in the admin site. So it could be one, she said one of the canned reports, but it could just be something data-wise she could pull.
Right. Yeah, we can, so when you search for applications, then download the
whole download?
search results.
Yeah, it's
and-
a subset of the
Okay.
fields, right, on the app, and so y'all could add that.
Right.
If we add that to the app download, then through the admin site, she could pull her app download
Right.
file and have it all in there.
Right.
Just remember, there are two questions associated
two
Right.
questions.
with that, so we need two responses
Right.
there. Yeah.
So for the notes purposes, you're saying that you are adding this other piece to the report? I mean,
If that's what
I'll
y'all
support it,
want.
yeah.
If it's approved and if
It's
it's.
a small
a-
project, right?
is that something you all want, or is,
I think so.
other institutions?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes to the report?
Yep.
Okay.
Was there another one, Rebecca, or was that?
That was the only one I
Okay.
had.
So we move to other things to discuss. We already talked a little bit about fake apps. We started getting some recently. Again, I don't remember which school it was. We'd had a slew of these before that seemed to have kind of died down. We believe that some of this is happening because the institutions will assign .edu email addresses upon submission of an application, and that gets applicants, that gets whoever is applying all kinds of discounts and free stuff. And it's also true that you can purchase these out on the internet. And so some people may be doing it for that reason, in order to sell them. Our advice would be, if possible, don't give out .edu email addresses until you've admitted someone. I know that could mess with your process, but if you don't charge an app fee and you give these out for free, there's a limit to how much we can catch. If we look forward, going forward, if we eventually do some email verification and some phone verification, it might be that we can catch some of the people, because a lot of the fake apps that are done, they do use fake phone numbers. We don't have a way of knowing when someone has put in a fake SSN. We don't have, if they put in a real address, it passes our verification, and they have a way around it even if we don't, because we have to allow for that. So there's limits on what we can do to try to cut down on fake apps. We're always trying to think of things so that we can stay only one step behind the people who might be doing that. But that's kind of where we are on that. That would be our, I have not done a lot of data to find out whether this is exactly what's happening with I don't have a way of knowing whether the people who are doing the fake apps are actually doing it for the purpose that I suggest, which is the harvesting of free EDU. But it is the case that there are a lot of free and or inexpensive things you can get, like Microsoft Office and a lot of things that you can get for very cheaply or free if you have an EDU address. I don't know if I'll open it up in case anybody has anything else to say. But we're talking about fake apps now as opposed to test apps, yeah, which are fake in a sense. But we're talking more about something a little more nefarious, where people are actually, where we would get 50 or 100 or more fake apps to a college, that were, once you look at them, obviously fake. It's just real hard for us to be able to obviously to look at them with a computer, have a program look at them and see that they're obviously fake. There are changes coming in the data that y'all are going to be being sent from TOEFL. We're not going to have to change anything, but y'all, someone in your office has probably already been contacted about the TOEFL reports that you will get, and some additional data, I should say, that you're being sent that you're not being sent now, that has to do with the highest scores that each applicant has in the history of their taking the TOEFL. We don't do that, but we will be removing a section called computer-based, because the computer-based section is no longer used. I think that was for when you could go into a lab, right, and the software was inside the computer and you took the test there. I think they quit that 6 or 7 years ago, and they told me that I had a conversation with them, with the people from is it ETS, and they said that the scores are good for like 3 years, I think. And so we're simply going to remove that section from the. You still have a paper version and a online version. So we're going to have to make that change, but it's a simple change on our end, and it won't. Shouldn't change anything that applicants do, since they haven't been taking that part of the test that way for years anyway. The last thing on here is just something we're not moving forward on right now. I think there are further questions, but I believe Claudette was contacted, I think, by PayPal, and this came up when I was talking with the Amazon people because there's Amazon Pay, and so this would seem like a good service for the applicant. I don't know whether any other apps do this, allow the applicant to pay via PayPal as opposed to via credit card. It would all of us probably use PayPal maybe to pay, or Amazon Pay or something to pay on the web, as opposed to giving all the different websites your credit card information. But this was a request from PayPal, and if we generally think it would be a service to the applicant and their family, we can continue to assess it. Any feedback? This would be, pay with PayPal, like you've probably seen on the web, as opposed to putting in your credit card information.
I use PayPal.
I know, I was
it's a
just
good idea.
thinking, I want individuals to check with their contract offices, because I know with UNT, we had a heck of a time ever getting UNT to agree to use the online payment version from Apply Texas. And PayPal was something at that point in time, which has been a long time ago, that they absolutely would not contract with. And it had something to do with PayPal's contract and contracting with the universities and submitting the money. So I'd say check with your contract offices before we put it on there as an option, because if you put it on there as an option and then you don't take it, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, to Rebecca's point, that was the thought that came to mind. For us, it's college services, but while we may have an interest, I'm sure this touches other areas.
You would have to, right, your financial services would have to have an account with PayPal, right, that we would then link. The student would hit the PayPal thing, they would go in, they log into PayPal, right, and then say, yes, I want to pay for this, and then we would PayPal would have to know, well, I'm sending it to your school, and you've got an account, right? And we could possibly, as we develop this out, we could have that appear to those schools that want this and have set up the accounts, and not to the institutions that don't. Sometimes the coordinating board has been uncomfortable supporting a vendor like that when there are others, and so the question then becomes, do we do Amazon Pay too, or is PayPal such a kind of such a dominant one in the field that you were okay starting with it, and then if that worked, we could look at another one. But I know there's Amazon Pay. There's probably others, but typically PayPal is kind of the one that you see all over the place on the web.
I'm not sure how it would really be different than what, I guess my school uses PayPal right now, so.
Well, you use PayPal, but the student has to put in their credit card, goes through a pay flow, which is part of PayPal, but they still have to put in their credit card, right?
Okay, so they're not using their saved PayPal information, they're actually putting in new information.
Actually putting in the credit card, whereas, yeah, if I buy something on the web and I choose I want to pay via PayPal, PayPal already has my information.
Gotcha.
I don't have to put it in again. I just have to log into PayPal and say, yeah, pay Kevin whatever he's asking for, and then they've got, obviously, you have to have an account, and they're done. And then I, as an applicant, don't have to put in my credit card information for the app fee. And this is not something, again, most students are going to be doing this once or twice or three times in a year, in their lives maybe, so it's not that much. But we're not thrilled about gathering credit card information. We'll never probably get completely out of the business of it, but it costs us, to be PCI compliant because we handle credit card information. Even if we had PayPal and Amazon Pay, we'd still probably have to take credit cards. We'd have to have that as an option. So it's not going to get us out of that cost and that responsibility anyway. But it's just something that might be useful for applicants. But at this point, I don't know that there's any movement forward other than bringing it to your attention and seeing, if you all. If anybody in your admissions people are constantly getting asked, why don't you take PayPal or whatever? Are they okay with just the way we're doing it now?
From the perspective of our agency, and when this came about, it does seem like this is a vendor trying to create more accounts, and I don't know what fees may be associated with that, if at all. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but we always err on the side of caution in giving one entity more an appearance of value or impropriety of some sort. So that's just our caution as far as what we want to put in the Applied Texas application system. We get requests from vendors all the time trying to partner with us, trying to do something similar, and we don't, unless it is something that is more efficient and effective for a student, that discussion could continue, but at this point, I don't see a need for it unless you all see a need for it.
I won't necessarily say it's a need. I think it's an opportunity to be visited as you all roll out your AWS, because you're talking about mobile applications. Folks have Apple Pay. I'm going beyond PayPal now. I'm talking Apple Pay. I'm talking, we could really do some really cool and creative things, but it would take more than just us at this table to talk about the implications and coordinations at our respective institutions. But if you ride the wave of we're rolling out with AWS and we're looking at mobile applications and we're looking at a better interface and integration, it could cause the colleges to ride that wave of change, to have a conversation at that point, or universities.
It's a very good point, and you're right. Moving with the trends and meeting students where they're at, that's an easier way for payment. I mean, I'm thinking Facebook has the payment plan, PayPal, Apple Pay, all sorts of ways to pay, but, the back end would be whether your institutions allow for all those multiple ways and payments of any type. So that's something to consider, and I think you're right, would require more discussion for the future.
I think this is where I give the benediction and we...
Yeah. So I think that is the end of our big, long list, which actually, earlier I was happy we got to page 2, but that just shows how much work you and the team have been doing, so we appreciate all your work. What I wanted to do very quickly is run through this list. I'm only going to say the things that are on the list of to be done or have been done, so we can make sure that we're all in agreement on what's being looked at for this next year. I think that it would be good then for us to have a vote to make sure that the advisory committee is in agreement that these are the things we're putting forward at this time. So I'm going to run through the things that are either to be done or have been done, and I'm going to go in order, so make sure I don't miss one. The essay prompt, we're going to leave it as is. The essay prompt is already done. More frequent daily deliveries, we're going to move that forward. Custom question repository, we're going to move that as a downloadable file on the admin site.
I think we decided that we are going to put the school in, and if any school, we'll send an email out to admins about this, and if any school does not want to participate or wants their destination masked, they can ask us for that.
Right, exactly. The next one I have is K, not integrating with the College Board necessarily, but putting the link in that would direct them to College Board and other score sites. And we had specific FAFSA, ACT, SAT, TOEFL for the international. What I don't remember is what we decided to do with TASFA because we were concerned about confusion there.
We can, put the information, but I think there needs to be a language saying consult with your institution, the institution you're applying to.
Perfect.
Okay, and these are mostly text changes. We can bring this back, assuming that we're meeting again.
We're in April.
In April,
15th.
yeah, okay.
Tax day.
We can, we'll bring back for you all to see.
Perfect. The decision tree for apps is already done.
Oh, wait, one thing on the last
Uh-huh.
Was this going to be on both the web page and the email? Because I have web page, but I wasn't sure about the email.
We did talk about adding it to the email too, right, Tim?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to put them in both. Everything that you want added would be in both.
That's good clarification. Thank you, Debbie. At Greens, I'll remember. The decision tree for apps is done. We mentioned that we are interested in the directory information change, but we need instructions from the coordinating board, so that's still to be considered. The dual credit students, long conversation there, still needs some information from the coordinating board, if that would be okay for that residency part, so that is still being considered. Custom order for deadlines, no default will be given and we'll make the student choose. We're moving forward with that. Make the test score page optional, we're gonna move forward with that. The skip logic for international two-year applicants, Tim is going to contact Jennifer and try to get some more information from her, so that's still to be considered. Test apps, I have a note on here, the team is going to take a look and see what they can do to push the test site out. Does that sound like what we consider? Okay. MCAT score data on our site is out of date, that's a must-do and will be completed. Audit preferred name to disallow duplicate of first name. That's a small to medium project. We're going to look to do that. We're going to blank out. That's what we decided to do. We're just going to blank it out. Foster care report, we're going to add the information into the download on the admin site for the application download. Then I don't remember what we're going to do with the fake apps. I didn't code this. I think we were still investigating this.
I don't think we have any specific requests for us to make any changes at this point.
TOEFL changes, removing the computer-based test score section.
Right.
And then the request for PayPal is still to be considered for future, as it is something of interest, but not something we're going to do right now. Okay. Anyone see any amendments to my quick overview of the list?
Just really quick, and this isn't necessarily an amendment to what you said, but it was more of an afterthought that while I know that there may not be a lot of appetite at the moment for the alternate format of delivery, I just wanted to state publicly that that would be of great benefit to the University of Texas at Austin to be able to have some other format other than EDI, specifically because we're moving more towards using our non-mainframe based CRM, and there's a conversion that has to happen within our mainframe in order to get that file over, and there just would be a tremendous amount of efficiency and productivity that we would gain by being able to have any other format than EDI come into our system.
You mentioned, you said something to me, what were the different ones that you found out that your particular one accepts, most of which are accepted by others as well? It was CSV.
There was CSV, the tab delimited, and then just a basic text file. Hold on a second. Let me pull up this email right quick. So what I had listed for that was CSV, Excel file, text, or TSV, tab separated. And this is only from my slate person as the preferred formats.
Okay. I did get one note via text on the dual credit conversation that we were having when we were talking about adding an additional question. I know this is still up to be considered at this point, but the comment was made that some students may attend a college as dual credit and as a regular student. And so we may want to make sure the question is specific to say I only attended as a dual credit student, because they could be taking regular classes in the summer or something like that. So that came to me while we were having that discussion. Anyone else have any other comments or see anything I had left out? Okay.
I'm sorry, and did that include a specific request? I'm not sure.
On the dual credit?
On the dual credit? Just for more information?
That was the one that
Okay.
we're looking at. We're going to even see if we can even do anything with the residency, but it's when we were discussing perhaps adding a question to the residency section that says I attended as a dual credit, and the text that I got was saying I attended only as a dual credit because they have students that are dual credit and regular students at the same time.
Right, so for that specific one, it really is the task of a small subcommittee that would include Mordecai and Rebecca in, one, understanding the processes for those, and then working with the applied well, two, getting with our general counsel to see what, if our recommendations for changes would be approved, and then also at the same time, look at the skip logic and working on that with the Applied Texas team. So that's what all of that, and so the new request or the item that came in was really just considering the other students that are, I guess, dual credit and
taking regular
and
classes.
taking regular courses. So we need to make sure that there's maybe multiple questions that need to be in there if we are able to make any changes to this section at all.
Or his suggestion was to say, I only attended as a dual credit student. Anyway, just, that was a good point. I hadn't thought about it until I got the message.
Did we contact our colleague in regards to skip logic for international 2-year applicants? Did we get any context behind?
Tim is going to reach back out to her, yes. No, I don't have her on my phone. I will say the NCTC is excited about getting the information in the download, so, yep, I've gotten a cool back from her. Okay, so based on the list I just ran through, do we have someone who would like to, what's the word? Motion. Thank you. A motion to approve. Dana's taking over after this. A motion to approve these changes that I've just gone through for the team.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Debbie. And Mordecai, thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Oh, on the phone? Do we have anyone on the phone who wants to say aye or nay?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Hey, there's people on the phone. All right, anyone opposed? Very good. So we have approve those for moving forward.
Okay, I think that in looking at these, this list seems doable. I think that it would be good to either put them in some sort of order or at least choose some for higher, general, higher or lower. We don't necessarily need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but like which ones do you feel the strongest about in case something comes up between now and July where we would say, oh, it turns out because of some complications or some added questions we didn't think about that several of these we might not be able to get to. Where do you want us to focus?
Tim, you're being kind of bossy today. I'm just going to tell you.
Sorry, I'm just, you know.
All right, so here we go. We're going to go through the list again, and I want people to say whether this is a high request or a low request. The essay prompt is done, so we don't have to worry about that one. More frequent daily deliveries, high or low?
Aye.
I agree. Aye.
Put high in pencil just in case they're all high.
That's going second.
Man, he is really getting bossy today.
That experience.
The custom question repository. I think I would vote low. Oh, see, there's a low one there, Tim.
Thank you, all right.
That's probably the easiest one. The College Board, putting the link onto the website and the emails. Yeah, I think that's low. See, the decision tree for apps is already done. We don't have to vote on that one. I don't think we should vote on the ones that we're waiting on for the coordinating board, should we?
No, because if we're told to do it, we'll have to do it. So you don't need to order it. It will be high priority if they say it has to be done by July 1st.
The directory information is a high priority, so it will be done for next cycle. The dual credit one, I don't know for sure if that would be determining what you guys feel is if it's a high priority.
So on that one, we'll leave question marks. That also has a subcommittee working on it.
Right, and so it really is whether or not we can accomplish this work with general counsel and internally and with the Applied Texas team before time. Is that something that's doable for this cycle?
What?
Talking about the dual
credit one?
Yeah, it kind of depends on what it is you want. So I would say it's been voted on. We could leave it out of the prioritization at this point since we don't know how big a deal it is and how much the coordinating board again would say you have to do this. versus
Well,
here's-
this isn't in our request.
Okay.
This was the
You
request
just need to be involved in the
Right,
discussion.
because of the residency piece. This wasn't a request that came from us. So this is really you all's, whether or not it's a priority or not for this cycle.
I think it would depend on what comes back for April 15th. That's our
Well, I
next
guess we
meeting.
can use that as a guiding timeline if we have enough time to get it to at
Because
that
then also
point.
Tim and the team will know what kind of time they have left.
Right, by April 15th, there's not much time left for anything other than small.
Right.
There's a little time left, but not much.
Right, because he's told me that the directory information has to be to him by April 1st.
Right.
So that's before our next meeting.
That is true.
Well, if you're going to have discussions outside of this meeting anyway, whatever you find out in your communications, if it looks like you're heading in a certain direction, just communicate with us and we can figure that out, how much it's going to take.
Sounds good.
And for the work of our subcommittee, I mean, I'm committed. We can meet offline and figure out, because the goal here, and I'm not speaking for Rebecca, because I know, Rebecca, you also chimed in as wanting to participate, but as long as we can still fall in line, whatever the language needs to be, it's just that opportunity there to clarify it for the student in regards to, for communities in which dual credit is being provided for free.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll hold on that one as a priority. Custom order for deadlines.
We're going to do that, and, I mean, it's not already done, but we're going to do that. The question was, it was approved before, so we don't really need to even prior, we don't need, it's going to get done, so we can make it a high if you want. And we just have to,
That's good. Let
we
us
just
see.
have, the question was a follow-up on default. We want to default it. So that one's going to get done.
Okay, make test score page optional. Dana said low. Jamie says low. Skip logic, we can't really do anything for that right now. We don't know exactly what it is.
Right.
Test, yeah, so low. Test apps.
You think it's high? Okay.
So that one's a high one.
High one.
Really high.
Wow.
RH for real.
Really, really high.
Really high.
RH. RH.
The MCAT stuff is going to be done, so I don't guess we need to worry about that. Because it's a must-do, I wrote.
Right.
Audit preferred name to disallow duplicate first names.
Hi, if you're asking Sean.
Yes. I got to stand Sean's good side. It's always, it's the right thing.
So it's a high one.
Yeah.
The foster care, adding it to the download. Well, NCTC's really excited, so we'll say that's high.
And the changes to TOEFL are already going to be done, so you
they're
don't
gonna
need to
be
vote
done.
on that.
All right.
Highs are one really, really high.
There you go.
That's right. That's right.
We gave you a couple of lows.
So do y'all need to vote on that, or is that's just clarification of the,
Just clarification
Okay.
for your team.
all right?
All right, Dana, I think I've hit my limit.
Yes, you have. Rest your voice.
Oh, Claudette's asking if we could take a break.
Yes, we can take a little 10-minute break.
That'd be great.
Wow, that was good. That was some good things.
Okay, let's continue with our agenda. We're going to have Claudette. She's going to give us a presentation on the Applied Texas Counselor Suite and the communication plan for the counselors. Take it away, Claudette.
Thank you, Dana. Well, just to remind everyone, the purpose of this presentation, at the last meeting, there was interest in understanding what our counselors see in the counselor suite of the Applied Texas system, because you know you have the application and you all get to see the administrative suite. This is a counselor suite that was built off of within the actual the Applied Texas application system. So for that purpose, we're just going to show you what's available to counselors, what they see, what they can do with data and information that's available to them. And then also I've incorporated a communication plan in here because on another part of the meeting, we talked about how do we disseminate information to counselors and other stakeholders that want more information about maybe essay updates or anything else regarding Applied Texas. So towards the end, that's the very last slide we have as far as the communication protocols we currently have. If there's any interest in you all providing additional feedback on how we might be able to do that to get more people informed about changes, then we welcome that also. So I'll go ahead and get started. This shouldn't hopefully take too long because I know we usually get out around this time, but I'll be quick. So what is the Counselor Suite? Well, it is a tool that's used by our high school counselors and other users that really track student progress in completing the Applied Texas application, as well as providing FAFSA filing status information for students that are at their high school that they serve. So what can be done in Counselor Suite? A counselor or any user can view a list of students that have started and completed admission applications. They can get information on individual student admission to specific institutions and review their application progress. They are also able to see a student's FAFSA filing status and are able to create reports on student applications. And there's also an opportunity for counselors to access comparative data for high schools or school districts. So the way that a counselor or any other entity obtains the Counselor Suite access is that they have to establish a memorandum of understanding with our agency first. Once that is completed, our agency, actually my colleague Deanna Foos is the one who is our contact here. She will receive that memorandum of understanding. And once that's in place, then we can start working with the school district to get the identified counselors and any other users a list of those contacts to our liaisons at the Educational Service Center. So we have Educational Service Center liaisons that help the Applied Texas team in working with them, so they're identified at each of the 20 regions. The Applied Texas team authorizes these representatives for each region and anyone who manages authorizations for those high school counselors in their region. So we have a partnership in this process with the Educational Service Centers, and then they allow the access to counselors or any other identified individuals that need access to the Counselor Suite. Again, memorandums of understanding need to be in place prior to any identified individual that gets access. The contact there, the region contact there, will enter in all this information into a system, into the Applied Texas system, and then that would trigger an email that gets sent to the counselor or anyone who's authorized to receive the information. So then they are given instruction on how to create accounts and develop their passwords and things like that. At this time, they're also to sign FERPA certification in order to gain access to the Counselor Suite. So these steps are actually done on a yearly basis. The steps 2 through 5 actually are done yearly. So that is to prevent counselors from having access, open-ended access, if there's any transition of schools, things like that, because they only receive access to the high school that they have authorization to receive access to. So, but the first step, just establishing a memorandum of understanding with our agency, is only done once. So that's the way that they obtain access. So counselors, once they get access and are able to sign the FERPA certification, they come to a dashboard similar to this. It's not exactly the same, but it'll show you what the information they have available to them. So at the top, you have all the different links. Hopefully you can see that a little better. You do have a copy of the presentation at your area if you need to see it. Not that it's much better as far as size, but you might be able to see a little bit more detail than it is on the screen. So they have access to several different types of information, the first being a list of individuals that have started an application in Applied Texas. The list also does include those who have submitted a FAFSA because we receive FAFSA data, and I'll go ahead and explain that here shortly. But this first slide really shows you what a counselor sees as soon as they open up the counselor suite. You see the student listing for that specific high school, and then it also provides an Applied Texas school ID number. There's in very tiny type, there is a total number of students that have at least started one application at that high school that's on file. So that's what this list will represent. If you can see, I don't have a pointer, but there is a tinier type, I guess you can see on your printed copy where it says download table. So that's where counselors can download the information so they have access to a spreadsheet or a list of students that have at least started an application. There's further detail for each student. Again, name, date of birth, phone number, email, but the most important section for a counselor is where it says 4-year apps, scholarship apps, 2-year apps, and that information is probably the most beneficial to a counselor because it lets them know how many applications in the Applied Texas system are is that student actually starting and completing. So as you can see, this is a little clunky. It's probably the most favorite word of most counselors. It's not in a usable format, and we're hoping to, with the new move to AWS, make this dashboard a little bit cleaner, a little bit better looking for counselors, but it gives you the essential information that's necessary for a counselor to advise a student. Under the 4-year apps, you can see, we'll just go with one of the students listed, Logan Caldwell. Logan Caldwell has 10 applications total in Applied Texas, and he has completed 8. So you can see that he's missing 2 applications. And it's the same for all the others. It tells you the total number of apps on one side on the right and then how many the student has actually completed. For Edward Elger, there's 4 applications there, but he's only completed 2. So as a counselor, that would alert me that he needs to complete the other 2, or maybe what reasonings he doesn't want to complete those other 2. Regardless, it starts a conversation. The same thing for the 2-year applications, and if there are any scholarship apps, a lot of times counselors want to encourage students to apply using the scholarship apps to those schools that do accept it. At the far right, you will see something in blue called app listing or link to student details. That app listing is a live link that leads to another set of details for a student. When I go, say I selected Logan Caldwell, at the top it says application details for the specific student, Logan Caldwell. Again, you can see there's an opportunity for a downloadable table, but you also have, remember, Logan applied to 10 institutions and completed 8 of them. This further shows a counselor the level of detail about each of those applications. So it'll show you, according to this slide, on slide 6. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry, I have it right here. I have to do this because I can't see that far in front of me, so I have it in front of me here too on my computer. I apologize. So it's app listing. This is where you find additional details. As we selected Logan Caldwell had applied to 10 institutions and only completed 8 of those. So you can see here that it'll give the app ID number, the institution the student is applying to, as well as the semester they're applying. the type of application that they're using, as well as the deadlines for those institutions. It also provides the status of the application, when they last updated it, and the essays if they've submitted any at all. So this is very valuable information to a counselor, only because if I were working with a student, I would see that the student is stuck on page 9 of the application. What does that mean? Is it that they're considering not applying, or do they need assistance in getting to the next page? That would be what a counselor would look at that level of detail. You can also see, a lot of times when I worked directly with students, I had students tell me, oh, yes, miss, I already completed it, and it doesn't say that it's submitted in Applied Texas, so let's go back and look at that. We can also see when it was last updated. A lot of students will swear up and down that they've completed or went into it on the day that they said they would, and then you find out, no, you've only updated it a couple of weeks ago. So that's a level of detail that's very valuable to counselors and other users, and showing, really understanding where they are in the process. You can also see that this individual, Logan Caldwell, used the dual credit, selected dual credit. So he did, of the 10 applications, he did select dual credit as a type. But that's pretty much where we are as far as the information or level of detail per student you can find. Another valuable piece of the Apply Texas Counselor Suite is how you can see FAFSA filing status information. To give you a little, oh, yes, thank you. I just need to keep this on my hand right here. The reason why this is important is because this is an initiative that every state had an opportunity to engage in. FAFSA filing status was not initially in the Applied Texas Counselor Suite. This was something that back in 2012 was integrated into the system, which is very, very, very valuable information to counselors. So as part of the FAFSA completion initiative, our agency participates in. We are able to share up to 8 components of the FAFSA filing status, and I'll show you what that looks like here soon. But really, it's the application data that is provided to us through the Department of Education. It comes to the Higher Education Coordinating Board, where our data, internal data people, review it and sort it and filter it, and then that is sent over to the Applied Texas team to upload into Applied Texas. So then it's completely replaced. There's a report on a regular schedule each week that it completely replaces the data in Applied Texas for each student. This is performed anywhere between late October, when the data is available from the U.S. Department of Education, and goes through June. The data is released on a weekly basis, and the first report, usually you can see it by mid-November in the actual Apply Texas system for counselors. And they're usually chopping at the bit at that point to find out whether or not their students have started or completed an application. So there is a regular schedule that this information is updated. The only thing that's an issue is the timing. A lot of counselors have a misconception that this is real-time data. It is not real-time data. It is data that's set on a regular schedule, and it's U.S. Department of Education has their own schedule, and the processing time between our agency and Applied Texas staff is another time schedule. So it's the most current and timely data that we have available, but it is not real-time data. There is an opportunity for information to remain in the Counselor Suite until the new report for next year arrives. So there's access to that information up until that date. So when a counselor wants to see the FAFSA app information, they can click at that link at the top in the blue bar that's on the slide that's labeled FAFSA apps. And you can see that the FAFSA app listing is for that high school only. So it'll provide, this says that there are a total of 246 students attending the high school that have started a FAFSA application. There may be variances here in the amount of applications in Apply Texas versus the amount of FAFSA applications, just because a student may not have started an application in Apply Texas, but there is FAFSA data that's been sent to the system. So the student would be popping up here. There's an opportunity for download of this table, and again, the 8 components that are available is just the student name, their date of birth, whether it's been completed, saved and not submitted, and then there's a FAFSA submission date as well as a processing date and a selection for verification. Now, a lot of some counselors have gotten confused thinking that this selection of verification is from an institution of higher education. That is not the case at all. This is the U.S. Department of Ed methodology of saying that this student may be selected for verification. So that's an important note to make if you ever talk to counselors about that. But that's the system, Apply Texas system does not talk to a higher ed institution. I mean, imagine that a student applies to 5 different schools, sends their FAFSA to 5 different schools. It doesn't mean that there's 5 different schools saying that the student will be selected for verification. So this is a methodology that's supplied by the U.S. Department of Education. Are there any questions about any of that? But again, this is probably very valuable data. A lot of counselors and other groups really like to know whether or not students have been submitting their FAFSAs and their applications. So real quickly, I'm going to run through the reports that are available to counselors. There's many different reports that they can pull. This says a full download. It's essentially a copy of it'll be just a large spreadsheet with every student at that high school that it has applied to an institution. So it'll break it down by each application, destination, or institution, basically. So as you can see on this slide 11, Logan Caldwell has the 10 applications listed. And this is a full download because then you can see every application in every institution that Logan and others have applied to in one long report. So that's where the download is available and accessible to counselors to download for themselves. There are other reports that are available. If you look at the top, it says reports on the top of the screen. That's a link that would lead to multiple reports in Apply Texas. There's several different types of reports that can be done, but 2 of the most valuable reports are reports on the high school academic year applicants and the high school academic year applications. There's an important distinction with these 2 because applicants are unduplicated, whereas applications, a student can apply to 20 institutions and then the numbers are significant. This also goes back to the numbers of applications that are not ever processed. These are just applications that have been submitted. So there's also distinctions in the way the reports are provided. The applicant list is done on a weekly basis, whereas the application report is done on a monthly basis. So if a counselor wanted to know how many students roughly, they just want to see how they compare to other schools or districts, they can see that information in these next few reports. So this report is an applicant report. You can see that it'll give you the report date. It'll give a counselor the cycle in which the report is running, and then it'll also show the freshman application and junior college applications in one spreadsheet. This is an unduplicated head count. The only problem with that is if there's any school that has less than 5, there's going to be an asterisk. That's why there's an asterisk for a lot of these. And it can make things a little difficult in the reporting if you're unable to add them up or fill in the numbers. So for instance, with this, on slide 13 of the report or the presentation, if you see Abilene Christian School, there's a total of 7 applications. I wouldn't know how to break those up. I wouldn't know if they're all seniors. I wouldn't know if they're juniors and seniors or a multiple because they're less than 5. So that's an area where the data can be a little bit difficult to see because there's only asterisks for those that are less than 5. But there are others where you can fill in the numbers here. For instance, I don't see it, for instance, on this set of data, but you can see that there's 5 total under Adrian High School. 5 total applicants for Adrian High School. Well, obviously, they're all seniors, so they're not broken down any further. So that's pretty much. So this data is provided by region. This is actually a clean version of the data because it's whenever you do run this report, it's all raw data, and it comes in a very crazy format. This is actually a clean version, just so you know. It's not pretty like this, but we've made it pretty for the purpose of the presentation. So the next report that can be done is when they link to the applications report, and this again breaks it down to a total number of applications. It gives it by region, by high school, by city, by state, obviously Texas, but then it breaks it down by class of, which means senior class, junior class, sophomore. There's multiple ways. There's more components in this, but just for the purpose of the presentation, you can see that there are multiple ways to look at this data. You can see other regions, compare it to other high schools, whatever high school, and even cities, so you can compare the data for those individual schools.
Counselors use these reports to do.
They do have competitive. I will give you one way that we make it competitive is through our Reach Higher initiative. For many of you, I'm not sure if you know what the Reach Higher initiative is, but it's back when Michelle Obama started an initiative called Reach Higher for the nation. It was at the federal level. She did national level, and each state was encouraged to participate, and it really came from San Antonio, the thought about encouraging more students to apply to college, do their FAFSAs, things like that. So it was she took that concept and did a national initiative where more and more schools were encouraged to get more students to apply to get that first step into higher education. So we have at the agency and with our state team, the Reach Higher state team, has created a competition among educational service centers. So of the 20, their schools we look at this data and we see how many more applications they've done per year. So we've set a goal of 4% percentage points per year to increase, and that the winner usually gets some sort of incentive for that, and awarded awarded at the state level. So we've created that, but I do know that a lot of superintendents and even principals have gotten to where they look at this data on a regular basis also. I get calls from some of the counselors saying, my principal wants to know why this data is not updated or why this data is not available. So we know that those schools do use this data sets. At the top, there's an Apply Texas Counts link, and that is within the counselor suite. However, if you just Google Apply Texas Counts, you're able to access any of this data yourself. So it's accessible to anyone regardless of access to the Apply Texas Counselor suite. Apply Texas Counts provides data for applications and applicants from selected terms or years, statewide, by region, both higher ed region and educational service center region, and then also per district and by high school. So the next series of slides really just shows you what's available on the Apply Texas Counts. If you Google it, you can find all this information that's probably more current than these slides, but it is provided by the total number of applications saved statewide, the total number submitted statewide, and it also provides the total number of applications. So our applicants that are in this list, if you just Google this application counts, you'll see that immediately. And then at the top, you can see the different ways you can also look at the data, statewide, higher ed, region, by college. So you can look at this by your own college, how many applications you're receiving. You can also see by TA region, school district, and high school. And then there's also historical data available. So for the TA regions, you can see, you can actually do a drop down. If you see it in the middle of the page, it says by semester. You can change the semesters there. And so choose if you're wanting to do historical data for a region, historical data for your college. You can see that information there. It'll tell you, this one just shows by region of the 20 regions how many applications have been, how many application counts there are for that region. This other list, or other available data set, is the school district counts. This is a level of detail that can show you for the entire school district. If you sort at the top, it'll give you what semester you want, what region you want, and then it'll give you all of the school districts in that area, and it'll show you the amount of applications that are saved for that time period, applications that are submitted, total applications, and then total applicants. So again, very valuable information just to see at a higher comparative information. You can dive even deeper and it'll show you exactly what grade levels have submitted the applications by 2-year, 4-year application, total applications, and total applicants for a specific school district. And then you can go even further into specific schools. So this is high school count. So you see the number of applications that have been saved and the number that have been submitted, and then the total applications in the system. And you can scroll, all of these are linked to further data details, so you can click on those links to get, again, the grade level information. So are there any questions about any of those reports?
Just one question I have. Could you please tell me again when it says statewide application count, so this may have been 4 slides back, total saved. What does total saved mean?
That means a student has started an application but has not completed
Okay,
it
so
or
it is
submitted.
a pending. It's
Yeah.
a pending application.
It's a
Okay,
pending.
thank you.
And that could be, again, back to the students that don't ever submit, that they just use it as a practice, and they wind up being saved in that count. Any other questions? Okay, so I'll move on to the communication plan. I just wanted to share with you all what we do here internally as far as communication phases. Our agency has what's called an email notification through GovDelivery. Right now, we have list of individuals that we can send information to. The lists vary depending on where we get the information. Deanna helps, grow that list in some ways. But there are certain lists that we have, but they're specific to the type of individual. Like if they're counselors, we get a list of counselors, we add them to the counselor list. Chancellors and presidents have their own list. Student affairs has their own list. We in our division don't have management of all those lists, but we know that we can get access to them if we necessarily have to. But for the purposes of communicating information regarding Applied Texas and anything related to Applied Texas, we currently have these lists that includes a counselor list. We have what's called a Generation Texas list that we also manage, and that's anywhere between community organizations, 2-year, 4-year institutions, school districts, high school representatives, ESC representatives. It's a whole hodgepodge of different individuals that have signed up to be a part of the Generation Texas campaigns that we have. That's a whole list that would include maybe students, those that work with students. So we have different lists in that, and whenever we have any kind of changes like the essay prompt that just recently changed, we use the GovDelivery to notify all of our list in GovDelivery. We have an option to join a listserv, and Lisa, who has been working with me on this, she actually will help try to get more people to join the listserv so that we can get more notifications to more counselors across the state. And so we have ways to join. We can post a link to Apply Texas, our Generation Texas site, our College for All Texans websites. There could be opportunities for us to start doing that now. It's not on every site. We just kind of send it out and say, if you want to join, email this listserv. But we could be better about advertising that and then promoting any links through our social media accounts. Our Generation Texas campaign has multiple social media outlets that include Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, so we can advertise in that way. So at this point, are there anything or any other avenues that you think we need to include in our communication plan?
I think that's pretty thorough.
Do you ever go to any like conferences for counselors and set up a table to promote?
On TAC's website.
Right.
We do. We have gone to some. I have a small staff. Lisa just came aboard maybe 4 months. 4 months. Yeah, she went to our last meeting, but she's. Oh yeah, no. So 4 months ago, she just started 4 months ago. We have limited because really capacity is me and one other person. So to cover the state has been difficult, but we try to go to as many associations as we can. We have partnerships with the different counseling associations. We're trying to make ourselves more visible, but because of capacity issues, it's been hard to go to everything and then manage multiple programs. So we have reached out to some of our counseling associations to see how we can be better incorporated in there too. But yeah, we're always looking for more ways to do that. Now that I have somebody to help, like Lisa, so it's been hard.
Something I wondered is if you've tried to reach out to the ESCs, the regional ESCs, and I wonder if you could prepare like whether it's this or just do this and it's narrated or expand on it a little bit and it could be part of their required professional development.
I actually have gone my predecessor used to hit almost, I think, every single regional service center every year when she first assumed the responsibility of Apply Texas. She was working solely on this project, but it's really difficult to get out to everyone. I have done professional development at ESCs because we've been invited to do so, and it would be this a variation of this exact presentation to show them what's available. We have done tests. I've only done it one time with the test app to show them what it looks like inside, what the application looks like, and what a student would go through. So there is opportunities to do professional development. We are in the process of trying to figure out how to do videos. That's probably the best, easiest thing. But I've also been invited to do virtual presentations or trainings with different, like Texas On-Course group. There's a group in, I think in East Texas that invited me to do it, and I did a group with them. They're regional activity groups that we've done. We also go to big events like South by Southwest EDU to promote our statewide campaign, Generation Texas, and we also let counselors know about the resources available. We have, so we do try to get the bigger pieces, the bigger bang for our buck. We do have a plan to reach out to other organizations like the Texas Association of, what is it? There's one that Lisa's going to.
Is it the College of
It's
Admissions
the
Counselors? TACAC?
Yeah, we do go to TACAC as well. We've promoted at that point too. But there are different associations we do go to, but yeah, we're hoping to get those videos done soon. We do know that Apply Texas already has an instructional video on a counselor suite, and that's this presentation was built off of it from my understanding, but there is a presentation on what the counselor suite is within the admin part of the counselor suite already. So it's a link for them to look at. I don't have access to that, but I'd like access to that. And yeah, so I know that it's there and their counselors can see what's available to them. If we're unable to get to them, they can at least read the slides. Are there any other suggestions, questions about the counselor suite?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claudette. That's a great presentation.
Claudette, the only other thing I would ask, can we request this, can you forward us this copy? I'd like to share this with my staff, specifically the ones that work closely with our counseling community.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, now we're going to move on to our discussion regarding the Apply Texas Speedy meeting. That's going to be July 17th, 2019, same place, Doubletree. And as you know, we partner with the Speedy EDI group to put on the meeting. So I'm going to just go through what we did last year. If you have any suggestions on what needs to be changed, or if you have suggestions on presenters, we welcome them.
They've asked if we could get them an agenda
by April 15th.
Oh, look at you go.
All right,
Come on,
that's what I was saying.
Dana's got this.
Yeah, they want a proposed agenda by April 15th. They prefer it by the 1st. So we'll see if we can get it to them.
Doing that's just general. It'll be fun.
Yeah. So the food's going to be the same. Breakfast, we have breakfast tacos, coffee, and assorted juices. From 8:30 to 8:55, we had the welcome, which I did the welcome, and then the chair of the technology committee also did it. 9 to 9:50 would be the first session, and we had Apply Texas updates that Tim did. And then 8:50 to 10 was the break. And 10 to 10:50, we had our second session, and we had Apply Texas for Newbies that Debbie did. And we also had graduate and international apps, tips, tricks, and shares. And we had a presenter from, presenter from University of Texas and two presenters from University of Texas, sorry. And then from 11 to 11:50, we had customizing the Apply Texas apps, and Sarah did that one, but she's no longer with the Apply Texas group, so we'll have to find somebody else. And then we had the scholarship app, and we had someone from Texas A&M, Nora Cargo, that did that presentation. And from 12 to 1, we had lunch, and it's the same meal, grilled chicken with Parmesan sauce, a salad, mashed potatoes, and veggies. And then 1 to 1:50, we had the 4-year apps, tips, tricks, and then we had the 2-year app, tips and tricks. And the 4-year, we had Samantha Taylor from University of North Texas, and the 2-year apps, I did that one. And from 2 to 2:50, we had an open forum discussion about Applied Texas, which Tim facilitated. And then from 3 to 3:30, they had the Birds of the Feather, and then the high school, we didn't do the high school panel last year because we couldn't find anybody, but she put it back on the agenda just in case we have someone for that. So, any suggestions, or do we need to keep the way it is, or we need to change anything, or any suggestions on sessions, or?
For those of you that had the opportunity to go to the conference or to the meeting, was there anything valuable that you felt would be needed? I know Debbie added the for the newbies, which I thought was a really good idea because there's a lot of new people that transition. is there any other thing that might be lacking? Because this, again, is for a lot of the technical pieces, but it's also for the Applied Texas team to really be able to share what it looks like on either side of the technical and the users. So if there's anything that you felt might need to be included, now's a good time to share.
I just thought maybe for my session, if someone from a community college was there, like co-presenting, just because I only knew the four-year side and there was people that were asking questions about the community
idea.
college application, which I was not very familiar with, so.
I'll co-present with you.
Okay.
So we have one session down, right? We have some volunteers.
Miguel, do you think it'd be appropriate?
I'm already scheduled for another
What else is happening?
ACT conference.
It's also the Target X Summit, so most of my staff won't be available to attend either.
Perfect. Good timing.
Is there someone on the subcommittee that might be able to do that?
So you can put that one.
Last year, and forgive me if I'm remembering things wrong, but was there a webinar or something for the technical folks in June prior to the July 1st, turning over to the new? Did we do that last year or maybe the year before?
We talked about it, but we didn't do it.
No, we didn't do that.
We present at for banner users, we present at the TCC conference, and we'll do that again in May, I think,
Okay.
which is the first time we kind of talk about what's new, but that's just for that solution.
Right. So if we're a Banner school, but our applications don't feed straight into Banner. So I'm just wondering, for example, and my staff situation is I have a new director of IT and undergraduate admissions, and so I'm just thinking, of course, by the time we have this meeting, it's, halfway into the first month. So I don't know if that's something that other schools are interested in, or maybe it's just me, but thoughts about, and therefore, I won't be able to send them to this because they're going to be at Target X. So,
Right.
What's the date?
17.
The 17th, July 17th.
This is, from what I understand, the last year of the contract with the DoubleTree. And so we've asked TACRO to consider moving to June, and definitely moving out of the DoubleTree, which is very expensive when it comes to food and things. Or Melissa, I will say Melissa on the technology side I know I finally met her face to face. I said, I'm so sorry that I was so difficult to work with, because every time she'd write me and say, we need to cut something, I'd say, no, we don't. I was like, this is what we did at the Pickle Center. This is what we're doing now. So, but they are looking at moving it to June.
So just for timing or planning, will the 4-day TACRO issues meeting, will it be on the Tuesday and then community college is on the?
What it should
I
be.
think so,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you. And we're sandwiched in the middle.
Right, we're in the middle. I don't know 4 years, I'm imagining 4 years first.
Yeah.
And then the 2 year
2
be
years.
after.
Yeah, we're after.
Yeah.
Okay, so any more feedback on the agenda? Do we need to take something out, or?
Did we do an evaluation last year afterwards?
Yes, we did.
Did we get anything from the evaluations that I think Melissa probably did them that she could share? Like, did anyone mention sessions that they wish we had done, or?
I got the evaluations, but to be honest, I don't remember.
I probably
Yeah.
got them too, so.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that and see, but, overall, they were good.
Yeah, I thought they were.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything being an
But
issue.
I don't think I remember anything specific, but.
What we're changing this.
It might be a good way to generate some ideas too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be helpful to know what you know right now as far as possibilities, because every time we come to these meetings, I just keep hearing what great system this is, or great transition, and that there's so many opportunities for changes, but I don't know what those are. So if there's recommendations based on what this committee has come to, or what you've heard from the field, the staff has heard from the field, we could put a list together of what's opportunities are available. And I know it's still that there's so many things that we still don't know, but it would be helpful for at least a starting list. I don't know if anyone else feels that way.
For this?
Yeah, for this, part of that discussion and say, here's all the things that can happen, our possibilities. But then it could be that they can offer feedback, like what would be helpful to for their institutions in doing that. So it's not just this committee deciding for everyone, that we're really getting more engagement from all users.
Okay, so we'll keep the Apply Texas updates.
Yeah.
And the Apply Texas for newbies, definitely. The graduate and international apps, still need to keep that, yeah.
When is Text Gap or NAGAP, or it's not at the same time, I hope?
And customizing the Apply Texas application, I think that still needs to be there. We'll just
That
need
was the
to
one that
find.
usually got really good ratings.
Yeah.
The customizing, the
Customizing
one that
the
Sarah
Apply
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, more advanced user
Uh-huh.
situation.
Scholarship apps.
How many people were attending?
People are using the scholarship.
And what, 8 or so, and now UT's not using it anymore. Y'all remember, Rebecca, David? I think it's about it. That's about right.
And then the 4-year tips and tricks and 2-year tips and tricks. Those two, I think, maybe were helpful. And then we had the open forum discussion.
And that's, the open forum is where we used to get a lot of the ideas of what people would like to see. So we could change it from open forum to what can we do for you, name it that session, name it that.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Lorraine will be out on parental leave during that time, so I was thinking that she might be able to do this, some of these, but she won't. So we'll have to rely more on the community.
Okay.
Some of that.
I can probably do Sarah's presentation. Send it to me. I just don't want to create the presentation.
That would be great.
I think I have it from.
And Madeline, did you say you would help with the 2-year side? Did you write that
The
down?
newbies conference. With Debbie, it would be Debbie and Madeline doing the newbies conference, so 2-year, 4-year.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do we still need the high school panel?
People liked it when we brought them in. I just need to find one.
Somebody.
Except that the last one I brought in was kind of grappy.
Well, what is it that you're wanting from them?
So what we wanted was for them to come in and talk about the things that let me think about, what did we want from them? I know what it turned into. I think we wanted them to talk about, I don't remember what I wanted. It's been 2 years ago, and I don't remember now. I know what they talked about was how much they hated opening early.
And they did, they asked about FAFSA data. I remember because I was there.
Yeah, because it turned into a gripe session. But we wanted them to talk about, because we had our people in there to talk about things that we could do in the application process. We wanted them to talk about the application process, I think. What, if we had a high school panel, what would y'all want them to talk about, since I obviously can't remember what my idea was?
Is there any schools, the university and high schools, that have one of those good relationships with the, where they automatically getting a transcript at the
The TEA transcript?
That might be a good part of it, a good partner schools.
You mean the T-Rex?
The
Yeah.
T-Rex
stuff?
transcripts.
We still.
Because how many people are still doing it?
Yeah. Our problem is more on the side of getting the high schools to participate than the colleges. But we often get high schools to participate by having colleges talk to the high schools. I think that's how we got quite a few of the high schools that we have. Is some of the colleges were proactive in contacting local high schools and trying to get them on board.
We are still trying to figure out that process as well, because our agency put forth something to make a rule change, and well, I haven't done that necessarily, but it is in the session to try to streamline using the T-Rex system. We haven't really found any high schools that say they do it. When I've reached out to TEA to talk to their staff about T-Rex and understanding it better when I came aboard, I heard that 99% of the counselors use it. Well, they use it for internal transfer between school district.
Yes.
There's nothing that I can say they use it for transition or transfer to higher ed. So I'm still looking for that. We haven't found anyone that's working with it. Actually, my colleague Lisa, did try to find out her counselor friends to see if any of them know the process, and we haven't gotten any clear information yet. So we're still working on that, but if I can think of a way to incorporate a high school panel, I can help with that. I just don't know what we want them to answer, and it not make it about, here are all the problems with, because I think that's probably what it was, that we wanted to hear from them about what could be more effective in Applied Texas to help them with the students. That I think that might have been.
Yeah, what are the pain points for the students
Right.
as they're going through, or what parts of it do they not understand?
Right.
For them talking about that.
Right, and I think that if we can direct them in that guided, facilitated conversation, because it did wind up being, tell us something, and it wound up being a lot of complaints about FAFSA data and the counselor suite and all those things I remember.
Yeah, I remember all the things they talked about. I can't remember what my idea was. Went off the rails quick.
And it wasn't a
Oh.
bad thing. It was mainly, we heard more from them about, they've highlighted more issues and it was more issues than solutions, I think
I
is
think
what it
my
was.
idea was we had all the admissions folks in there, and it was, what can we do better for your students? And then they went on to, you could not open in July, and I was like, that wasn't what I meant.
What if we went a step further? I just went to a conference because our school is looking at creating a one-stop. So we went to a one-stop conference, and they did an open forum, and they brought in actual students. They had like 10 students came up, and they were talking, I mean, of course, they were talking about how to be serviced, but, you know, we could solicit some students to come in and ask them, what are your pain points as far as, I mean, they were higher end students, so you'd have to be very selective in which students you pick, but maybe that could be helpful.
I like that idea because we have had some people mention the usability of Applied Texas, and it could be, this is where I think it's useful to know that we have a plan, that there are, anything that a student brings up that might be an issue that could be fixed with AWS, that we know that what their interests are in making things more effective and efficient for them. So I like the idea too of bringing students. Maybe we can have counselors recommend students to come and even sit in on some of these things if we wanted them to. I don't know. I mean, that takes some planning, but we could.
Yeah, and to help, I mean, I guess you would probably want local students. Unfortunately, I mean, we probably wouldn't want to bring a kid from Nacogdoches, but, maybe if there was some local high school students that be willing to come, that might be
I manage the Advise Texas program, and I know they have access to lots of students that could come and would probably be interested in joining this at some point.
We do have a very short survey at the end of the application after you submitted an app. It only asks about 5 questions because we want to keep it really short. We get about a 1% response rate, which doesn't sound like much, but in 1.5 million apps, that it gives you some decent ideas. And other than, and I scan it, once a month or so, looking for ideas. And we have gotten some ideas for improvement directly off of that. And we ask them, what was the easiest thing about it? What was the hardest thing about it? And if you had one suggestion, what would it be? Some of which I can't repeat here, but other than the complaints are what you would expect. The extracurricular activities page is too long and too complicated, and these kinds of things. And sometimes, usually, they always lead to discussions on the team. At least, is there anything we can do? This is just a complicated and long page. What can we do? And so, the idea of allowing them to save before what came out of that survey come out of somebody saying, I keep getting kicked out because I have to go look up stuff, and when I come back, I've been logged out. And so we have the save button to where you can save what you've done and stay on that page. And we do get hit quite a bit now for kind of our lack of modern look and feel. But that's not the same as having someone in front of you that you can actually have a conversation with. But it is a resource for ideas.
So if you look at what's on here right now, if we don't have the grad and international apps and we don't have the scholarship apps, we basically have opened up one section of time to be able to add something new.
We have the AWA session.
So I put that with I had in the open forum, I put change in capitals. What can we do to you? What can we do to you? What can we do for you with the move to AWS? What can we do to you next year? What can we do for you with the move to AWS? So then you could introduce AWS, and that'll get people thinking, and they can start talking about what they'd like to see. So I put that at the end where the open forum was. We don't need birds of a feather. I tried to get that taken out last year, and that was what Speedy wanted. That can stay on there or go away. But if you if you put the newbies together with the customizing apps, and we could actually say for advanced users, then you got newbies and apps and newbies and advanced users at the same time, 2-year and 4-year at the same time. Then I wonder if we do one about Counselor Suite, because a lot of people have never heard what the Counselor Suite does. And if you end like you did today with the reporting opportunities and the fact that they can all get to it, they're all going to be like, ooh, this is great.
I didn't know that either.
And then potentially either a high school counselor session or a student session to be the other one that runs during that time. And that would give, if they don't want to go hear the Counselor Suite, they could go to the panel. And that would fill out our day.
So you said we removed scholarship and grad, is that what you said?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. The team says we have 5 schools that use a scholarship app right now, and I'm not sure which ones they are. Anybody here use it? Yeah. A&M and UT, so they're big schools, and so there are quite a few, even though there are only 5 schools, there are quite a few scholarships apps that are created. We don't seem to get much out of the conference there. We, at one point, had a 2-year school who was looking into it, but I don't think it ever really came to fruition. It's one of those things that we're kind of, it doesn't take much to keep it going. UT seemed to, I guess, successfully, he said with a question mark on the end of it, take that information and put it in custom questions so that you're no longer doing the scholarship app. I'm just thinking kind of ahead as we move to AWS and we've got this thing that's only used by a few places. How heavily do you rely on it? How big a deal is it that we continue to support it? If it has such little, so many few schools use it. But the good news is, at least at this point, is it takes very little maintenance to keep it going. And on the grad side, again, yeah, we don't, at the conference at least, the grad schools are so diverse in what they do and in their needs that it's usually someone from UT is there to just kind of, usually Reyes is there to just talk it through for anybody who has questions or whatever, but there's, I don't know, yeah, and it's not, It's usually useful. Usually, either Dina or Reyes from the Grad International Admission Center from UT is there, and they know it really well. And he sometimes can help some of the other schools, but we don't have, out of our 130 schools, we don't have that many graduate schools to begin with, and not all of them use Apply Texas. So
We could ask Melissa if during that one 4-year, 2-year session, we could get a third room and do grad. It just needs to be small. Then
Yeah.
we have 4-year, 2-year grad, so grad is covered.
yeah,
Grad
that might be good.
international.
Yeah.
So we're not cutting them out, because I hate to cut them out, too.
Yeah, that's right. She did it. And then Reyes did it. She did it before that, right? Yeah. And again, it's not heavily attended, but it seemed very helpful for the people who were there.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know that a lot recently has come out.
No, I think my sense of the graduate community, the grad school community, is that it either works for them or it doesn't, and if it doesn't, they do something else.
Yeah.
And,
It turns into more of an international,
yeah.
which is really, it's good. I mean, it's helpful.
So what we need to do is find out from Melissa what time we can get a third room, or just tell her now that we're going to need a third room. So we can start with the welcome, go to the Apply Texas updates, which I think is always good to start with. I put newbies versus advanced users at the first. Then I need to move, I think I would move the 4-year, 2-year and grad up to the second session, which is the 11 o'clock session. And then paste that in. And then we have our lunch. And that leaves the 1 o'clock session to do, which is not bad because they can come afterwards, to do we can do the counselor suite. Maybe Claudette would do that for us. Like you did the presentation today. And then the panel, whichever panel we go with. And then end with the open forum, but it's what can we do for you with the move to AWS? That sound good?
So,
awesome.
Miguel's subcommittee, are we gonna?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about you. Sorry about that.
Are we gonna lump it in with the?
Maybe we could do it with the
Apply Text?
updates.
Yeah, updates. Okay. So we're still doing the 4-year and 2-year tips, tricks, and.
And grad and international at the same time. So we need to
Right.
tell Melissa we need one session with 3 rooms.
Okay.
We told her this far in advance, maybe she can get it from them.
So we have any volunteers to take sessions, or you know anybody that is good and
Well,
wanna
and
do
will,
sessions?
for the updates, Graham, are you going to be doing the updates, or will Tim be doing the updates, or how will that work this year?
We haven't had that discussion.
Y'all need to have that discussion?
Yeah, we'll have that discussion.
So I'll put Tim or Graham or question. Okay, so we'll be able to put that on there, and we'll add Miguel in with the, no, you're not going to be there, so you're going to give us a name. Yep,
Subcommittee member.
yep, you'll give us a name. Okay. Which I don't think she actually needs to know names right now, so she'll be really excited if we actually give her the outline. Debbie and Madeline for the newbies, and Michelle for the customizing apps.
Right.
Which we'll put for advanced users. The 4-year apps, the 2-year apps, and the international apps. Unless somebody wants to, grad/international. If we have any volunteers now, I'll be happy to put your name in. Or I will go and find a 4-year person, and unless Catherine wants to do the grad and international again. Last year UT did cover it, so I tried to give her a break.
Well, then
Did they not?
well, they were going to, and then they weren't going to.
Oh, no.
And then at the end, they came back and said, yeah, we're
Okay.
going to do it, which is great. She was panicking.
Bless your heart. And Dana did the 2-year, and I made Sam do the 4-year.
Yeah, unless we have any volunteers to do the 2-year.
Dana loves to speak.
No, Dana doesn't.
Well, we can keep working on that, and we'll put
Yeah,
question marks, because,
Yeah, I mean, if y'all have any.
oh, yeah, we're way ahead of where we were last year.
Yeah, so it's
said
Why we
Melissa-
wanted to stay on top of it.
Yeah, Melissa's going to be overjoyed.
So if y'all have any suggestions on presenters, just send it to Rebecca and I, or if you want to volunteer, just send it to us. And
I was going to volunteer my former colleague, Christy Urban, and if she's listening in right now, but I was going to volunteer Christy. She's pretty good, but we'll see if
Yeah,
she's
that's good.
interested. Yeah,
Well, that'd be
see if
great.
she's interested.
For the 2 year.
For the 2 year.
that would be
Yeah,
great.
out of blend since we had.
I'm listening in.
There she goes.
Oh, God. Yeah, I would volunteer, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to make the meeting that week. So.
Well, keep us in mind in case your plans change.
Okay.
And then the open forum is usually where most of the committee who's there will be there to answer questions. But mostly it'll be Tim or Graham or the team explaining AWS, I think, and we can get some feedback and then have some of our things to think about for the next year's cycle.
Yeah, we can
Okey
send her
dokey.
what we have. And
Yeah, we'll send her this, and she'll be, like I said, overjoyed. They said that they're going to take care of registration for us, and they're setting up all the food. And I think they're doing name badges this
Yeah.
year for us.
Yeah, they are.
So they're covering quite a bit.
And they were great last year, so.
Yeah. Okay.
All righty, any proposed agenda items for the next meeting? Do we have any?
We have to get our update on the, where we are with the changes.
Right. And our next meeting will be April the 15th, same place, same time.
And then I guess we'll finalize the schedule. So if we do agenda, we need to get updates on the ATA proposed changes in case there's anything we need to, and subcommittee. We'll have a subcommittee report. Maybe 2.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Reports.
yeah,
Subcommittee reports.
dual credit and the applications. Yep, and then we'll run over the agenda again, make sure nothing's changed for the conference, if anything has happened. And we'll be done by 11. We'll make up for this one.
Yeah. Anything else?
For my own knowledge, for committee members that are rolling off, it says as of May 2019, what happens? We don't see them anymore? They just
Disappear.
They just disappear, huh? Oh, my goodness. Okay. I was just wondering how that works.
No, we do have, I mean, I've only been doing, this is my second year in managing this Apply Texas committee, but it seems like they're still connected in some way with our other committee members, so they still advise others on things that need to happen, but you're more than welcome to stay around, and I mean, I don't know, you're not cycling off yet.
I was gonna say,
Oh,
you just
I
came
know,
on.
you just
I was
came
like,
on.
I'm not sitting here looking, I was like, wait a minute.
But it does seem like it was just yesterday that you guys are here, and we have one more meeting for this academic year, so. But just so you know, we will have, every year, we cycle off half of the committee and bring on new members. So we will be soliciting your presidents and chancellors to nominate other committee members, and those usually go out the end of April, May. It's because we have to get them approved by our board before they can start in September. Right, we have to do our committee and then our board, so it has 2 approval cycles. And that's why we welcome Rebecca. She's coming in for Jennifer. She has been approved, she's going through the approval process now. So that's why we do them in April, try to do a quick turnaround time in May, so we can meet our cause in June, and then our board in July, so that our members are ready for September. So there is a process to all this madness, but we appreciate you guys being on the committee, and if you have any fellow colleagues that you want to recommend, just know that in statute, it tells us the limits of what individuals that can be on the committee. So a lot of times when we've done this a couple of times, we get nominations for positions that are already filled based on the enrollment. So sometimes those spots are filled, so we need more of another enrollment capacity. So it's a very strict, the makeup of the committee is very strict on who's here, and it's by diversity to make sure that everyone, every institution is somewhat represented, or institution type and enrollment type is represented. This committee can go as far as 24 individuals, but we don't have that many. We could get more if we have more nominations. So if you have colleagues in the field that want to be a part of the committee, certainly let them know that those nominations are coming soon. Okay? Right, and
Presidents.
so I think we can forward that to the committee, if you guys know, but the nomination has to come from your institution. So.
And some presidents are really good at watching, and some of them may never see it come in, depending on how much mail they're getting.
Yeah, could you forward it to the committee?
I think I can forward it, at least a notification that went out to let you know that if the individual at that institution wants to approach anyone that has that, they can nominate themselves with their presidents or chancellors, but they have to have approval for the commitment to the committee. So that's why there's a formal nomination process in place. So are there any questions about that? All right. Thank you.
Okay, it's 3:02. Meeting is adjourned. Have safe travels home, everybody.
Oh, don't forget to fill out your travel
Oh,
expenses.
yes.
Yeah, please fill out your travel expenses and give them or leave them at your desk or your area. We'll pick them up.
We'll see you in April.
Thank you, everyone on the call.